Chapter 32 Naruto's Strategy. The two pillars started killing randomly, asking for flower monthly ticket evaluation votes. Bref chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In this dense forest, the sun shines through the gaps in the leaves. Madara's dappled light, Madara, light up the grass and wildflowers in the meadow. There is a fresh fragrance in the air, and the breeze slowly blows through the canopy of the trees, making a rustling sound. At this time, swish swish swish, four figures passing quickly in succession. It broke the silence of this forest. Next moment, these four figures suddenly stopped on a huge tree trunk. Just rest here. Let's discuss our next strategy. Naruto among the four figures looked at Hinata, Kiba, Shino and the other three figures and said. Hinata and the others nodded. Agree with Naruto's arrangement. After the exercise begins, they rushed all the way to the current area. To prevent groups from other entrances, move over from the edge and deal with them first. Although this was an unlikely event, Naruto chose to avoid it just in case. Wait until you can take a breath. Abiram Shino suddenly said, what should we do next? His eyes looked at Naruto. Because of Naruto's strength, naturally the strongest among them. Although, he, Kiba and Hinata are all ninjas with families and have their own secret techniques. But based on Shino's careful observation of Naruto along the way, he found that Naruto's physical strength alone was much stronger than the three of them. No one knows how much strength Naruto has hidden in his body. Hearing Shino's question, although Kiba was unhappy that Shino was looking at Naruto, he had to be convinced. This guy Naruto can be the number one for 2 years. It's not something you can become just casually. Even that stinky-looking guy Uchiha Sasuke also had to lose to Naruto. One can imagine. Advertisement. Ad. Naruto, now we all listen to you. Whatever you say, we believe you. Yada said. Akamaru above him barked. Hear the words. Hinata on the side also nodded shyly. Agree with Tooth's idea. Naruto saw the group members unified their thoughts. He had no intention of giving in. If you are strong, you should sometimes take on the responsibility of leadership. Moreover, for Naruto, the requirements and content of this exercise were for their group. It's just too easy to win. First of all, I want to be the first to determine the location of other people in this vast forest. It requires extremely powerful perception. As for their group, Hinata has Byakugan and has the ability to see 360 degrees without blind spots. Claims to be able to see through everything. Able to use chakra to multiply the effect of white A's. The situation can be seen for several kilometers. Of course Hinata hasn't reached this level yet, but that's enough for the current situation. Inuzuka Kiba has his own ninja beast Akamaru, and his nose is very sensitive to breath. He can smell the opponent's breath from a long distance, and thus learns the information about the opponent's location. His perception ability is also very good. Not to mention Abiram Shino. He is a member of the Abiram clan who signed a contract with the parasites. Using the body as a nest for bugs, what you get in exchange is the bug's powerful, almost omnipotent power. In this forest full of insects, Abiram Shino can exert great fighting power even on his own. The released bugs can also detect the situation of distant enemies from a great distance. Therefore, based on Naruto's ability analysis of the team members, the next step is to use perception to collect intelligence. Avoid all other groups. They don't necessarily have to be better than everyone else. As long as I can survive to the end, you can also win. Hearing Naruto's analysis of the next strategy, Shino and the others couldn't help but nodded. For the members of their group, although they certainly have the fighting ability of frontal hard steel, but perception is their strength. Advertisement. Ad. Drills are all about playing to your strengths. Continue with this strategy. They can easily get the first place in this exercise. Yozai. The energy is coming. Ya suddenly put on a pose showing off his biceps and said excitedly. Akamaru on his head also barked excitedly. I thought they could securely get first place in this exercise. Kiba and Akamaru couldn't help but be excited. Shino also nodded. Hinata looked at Naruto. I think Naruto can analyze the next strategy in a moment. So handsome. A pair of big white A's, shining like stars. Naruto looked at Hinata and they both agreed with his strategy. Very satisfied too. Although with his own fighting power, he can instantly kill everyone participating in the exercise in this forest. But that would be meaningless. Just take this opportunity. He can also use it to train his perception ability in actual combat. So, within the next week, Naruto and his group used their sensory abilities to avoid 2 or 3 groups that were almost in contact with them, avoiding the battle that should have occurred. However, they also took this opportunity to collected information on the strength of the opponent team. The battle of ninjas is, to a large extent, the battle of intelligence. If you have information about your opponent in advance, you can plan a strategy on how to deal with it based on the information. Off the field, Iuka and a group of ninja school teachers who were watched the performance of Naruto and his group. Very surprising. Naruto and his team's strategy was too safe. It's not like something a kid who's still in school could come up with. Very close to the qualities a true ninja should have. The exercise lasted for a month. Part of the reason is that test the students' patience as ninjas. Generally speaking, it is normal for a ninja to lie in wait in the wild for a month in order to complete a mission. During this month, you cannot let others discover you, and you must survive on your own. It is difficult for ordinary people. Advertisement, but for them ninjas, it is something that must be done easily. Compared with Naruto's group, other groups are basically looking for opponents frantically. 24 hours a day. I wish I could spend 25 hours looking for my opponent. Especially Uchiha Sasuke's group, as if they have a grudge against others, they kill their opponents like crazy. You are no match for me. Hand over your number plate. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the opposite group coldly and said, he has completely separated from the original group. He started hunting other groups by himself. The opposite group saw that only Uchiha Sasuke dared to be so arrogant. Normally they wouldn't dare say they could beat Sasuke one-on-one. But now they have the advantage of numbers. Can't you win easily? HMPH. Dream on, Uchiha Sasuke. That's right. I think it's best for you to hand over your number plate. Sasuke didn't listen when he saw the other side. Then there is nothing we can do. Bang bang bang. Sasuke accelerated and rushed in front of his opponent. When the opponent couldn't react at all, he used physical skills to defeat the opponent cleanly. To the opposite, on Naruto's side, the full map display is enabled. This forest exercise has become as relaxing as an outing. As long as Naruto and the others avoid the opponents they are about to come into contact with in advance every day, at the same time, take this opportunity to collect intelligence. You can easily spend a whole day. Naruto, on the other hand, even took advantage of the current leisure time to start cultivating his new power. Woo 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 woo. Please give me a monthly evaluation ticket for flowers, a reward, a comment, and a collection, whatever. The young author begs for help. Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark. Mid-Autumn Festival National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th. Chapter 33 WOK View Kagura Heart Eye Observation Haki. Asking for Flower Monthly Ticket Evaluation Votes. Bref Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Due to this period of time Naruto's mental strength increased greatly. Not only has he gained the ability to be immune to illusions, at the same time, the level of observation haki is improved. It even gave Naruto a premonition. It seems that with the opening of spiritual power, some kind of power hidden deep in the bloodline of the body is about to awaken. In addition, due to the recent forest drills, Naruto used his extreme state of perception every day. The premonition that caused him was getting closer and closer. Just this night, when Naruto was cultivating his spiritual energy, your understanding of spiritual power gradually deepens. 8 you have an epiphany. 8 you have understood the secret art of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, Kagura's heart's eye. 8 Kagura Heart Eye. 8 the most powerful perception ability of the Uzumaki family, enabling the ability to sense movement within a radius of tens of kilometers. In an instant, Naruto felt that his perception ability seemed to expand infinitely in an instant. He instantly understood what was going on in the entire forest. Naruto sensed the location and strength of all other remaining groups. At the same time, You can even sense the ninja teachers of the ninja school hidden in every corner of the forest. What surprised Naruto even more, after awakening Kagura's inner eye, he seemed to have a new understanding of something in his surroundings. Seems to be able to see things that were previously undiscoverable. What exactly? Naruto couldn't tell right now. In order to capture this feeling, Naruto suddenly thought about whether Kagura's heart eye could be combined with observation haki. Then, Naruto began to deduce. You have a new sense of clairvoyance, combining Kagura's heart's eye and observation haki. You have an epiphany. You created the Kagura heart eye observation haki. Kagura heart eye observation haki I 1/4 R. Your range of perception has been greatly improved, and your insight can now allow you to observe the unobservable. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes. It's as if he understands everything from his heart. He looked at Hinata, Kiba, and Shina, who were resting aside. Looking at this, Naruto was surprised to find that he could now see through the bodies of the three of them. Like a white eye. Advertisement. Ad. See the meridians, acupuncture points and the flow of chakra in the body. Naruto looked down at himself again. You can also see what's going on inside your own body. It's like an enhanced version of Byakugan. Naruto thought to himself. Compared to the Byakugan, he felt that his Kagura heart eye observation haki was undoubtedly stronger. The most important is, this ability of his senses does not require the consumption of chakra. But now that we have reached this state, taking advantage of the late night, everything around is silent, Naruto thought widely. Suddenly he thought that among the 8 magical skills he had mastered, there was a power called Daluoke viewing. Daluoke view, it is said to have the terrifying ability to see the whole picture of everything in the world. If you cultivate your insight to the ultimate, is it possible to reach the level of Daluoke? Whether it is possible to see the space clearly, see the cells clearly. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but think about it. If he could reach the point where he could see the composition of space clearly, will he be able to master it through this? My father's hand, all-powerful, the Flying Thunder God technique that scares everyone in the ninja world. If you master the Flying Thunder God technique, what do you want to do in the future? It will be much more convenient. Thinking of this, Naruto decided to put the practice of Daluoke on the agenda. After time passes day by day, the exercise groups were also eliminated one by one. The last day came. Only 3 groups remain. One is Naruto's team, the other is Sasuke's team alone, one is the Inashika Cha Ring group. That is, a group composed of Shikamaru, Ino, Cha Ring J, and another passerby. In fact, from now on, we can see that Naruto is the most outstanding student in this class. In the original work, Haruno Sakura was able to join Naruto and Sasuke's group. It's just pure luck. With the relationship between Naruto and Sasuke, he can become a disciple of Tsunade from a civilian ninja family. Otherwise, Haruno Sakura will definitely become a member of the world. Advertisement. Ad. At this final stage, naturally, Naruto and the others had no intention of continuing to hide. Sasuke, who had been frantically trying to find Naruto and defeat Naruto, suddenly found Naruto. I finally found you. Sasuke stared at Naruto. He didn't know how on earth this guy Naruto managed to escape him. But it doesn't matter now. What's important is that defeat Naruto in front of you. At the same time that Sasuke found Naruto, the group Inoshika Cha Ring also appeared here. Finally the 3 groups came together. It looks a bit lively. But after Shikamaru appeared, he knew they shouldn't come out as soon as he saw the way Sasuke treated Naruto. This guy Sasuke, I don't know what's wrong with me. He looked like he had to defeat Naruto. Sasuke watched Shikamaru and the others appear and asked them not to interrupt the duel between him and Naruto. See this? Shikamaru had no intention of refusing. Just in time for Sasuke and Naruto to fight. They can take it easy. Then, Sasuke looked at Naruto with a serious face and said, "Come on, Uzumaki Naruto, it's just you and me." Hear the words. Naruto looked at Azu's confident look. I shook my head mentally. It seems that you must endure a severe beating from me. Beside Naruto, Inuzuka Kiba wanted to fight for Naruto, but he felt it was humiliating to be ignored by Sasuke. Shino stopped Kiba. He could tell this is not their fight, even though they are a group. But this case is the exception. Hinata looked at Naruto, a little worried about Naruto's safety, although she knew that Naruto had always been very powerful, and he will definitely defeat Sasuke-san. This does not mean it wouldn't hurt her to see Naruto hurt in any way. Naruto saw the worry in Hinata's eyes, ruffled Hinata's hair. He smiled and said to Hinata, "Advertisement ad. Don't worry, just watch it." "Hinata, I want to be the Hokage's man," Naruto said. "I admired my acting skills again. And your level of professionalism." The next battle with Sasuke, maybe that third-generation veteran Den is peeking in with a crystal ball. The next moment, Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was ready, and without saying a word, he rushed up and attacked Naruto. At Sasuke's speed, swish, swish, he was in front of Naruto. However, Naruto's current level of strength is completely different from Sasuke's, which is comparable to that of a brat from the ninja school. Regardless of physical fitness, or the amount of chakra, or a deep understanding of chakra, mastery of ninjutsu, Naruto is far beyond J-Ring Nin level. Crossing over into the realm of shadows. Dealing with the little Sasuke was like bullying a kindergarten brat. Naruto dodged and appeared behind Sasuke. The speed was so fast that no one present could notice it. Even Iuka and several other ninja school teachers who were hiding in the dark didn't see clearly. Naruto's speed has exceeded their dynamic vision and perception capabilities. Hokage Office. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is following this battle through a crystal ball. Seeing the speed Naruto showed, I was even more shocked. So fast has Naruto grown to this point. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't believe it in his heart. You know, based on Naruto's final exam results for 2 years, Naruto's strength has been overestimated a lot. But I didn't expect it. Take another look this time. Still underestimated Naruto's level. Woo 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 woo. The humble little author begs for flowers, monthly votes, evaluation votes, rewards, comments and collections. The data has not been touched for a day. Are there any other big geese reading this book? Ask for some free flowers and evaluation votes. It's better to have a monthly pass. Mid-Autumn Festival National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th. Chapter 34, Beat the Second Pillar. Practice Sage Mode. Asking for Flower Monthly Ticket Evaluation Votes. Bref Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Add what? Sasuke realized that Naruto suddenly ducked behind him. The speed surprised him. He immediately wants to perform the body replacement technique. But Naruto's attack was obviously one step faster than Sasuke's body replacement technique. With a bang, Naruto's attack hit Sasuke and knocked Sasuke out with a punch. Sasuke gritted his teeth in pain, forcibly twisting his body in midair. Put your feet on the tree trunk. Then he used this power to counterattack Naruto. Bang bang bang. Sasuke performed a silky Uchiha taijutsu style, all of which were easily caught by Naruto. Hateful. Sasuke couldn't believe it. His attack was blocked by Naruto so easily. At this moment, Naruto caught Sasuke's moment of thought and kicked Sasuke away again. Midair. Sasuke doesn't believe in evil. He took out the shuriken from his ninja bag. Swish swish. The shuriken carries the sound of breaking through the sky. All fired at Naruto at high speed. The speed was so fast and the angle changed so strangely that the secret teacher Iuka had to praise him when he saw it. But Naruto took out the same shuriken. Just throw it out. Suddenly he collided with the shuriken thrown by Sasuke, defeat the attack easily. At this time, Naruto looked at the somewhat helpless Sasuke, thinking that they would be partners who understood each other in the future. I can't help but give a few pointers, Uchiha Sasuke. Your skills are not concise enough and expose too many flaws. Response speed is too slow. Advertisement. Add the shuriken is even softer. With Naruto's current insight, it was easy to observe Sasuke's current shortcomings. Sasuke listened. Subconsciously I wanted to refute. If Naruto hadn't been such a nasty guy, no one in the ninja school can be his competitor. But he calmed down again, and Naruto, who was stronger than him, was able to point out his problem. If you can correct these problems on your own, will you be better than this disgusting guy like Naruto? Just when Sasuke was thinking, Naruto's figure appeared directly behind Sasuke. Oh, and you must not be distracted during battle, Naruto said with a wicked smile. A voice sounded behind Sasuke. He struck Sasuke on the neck with his knife. Sasuke reacted at the last moment. He yelled despicable. Then he was knocked unconscious. That's all. Uchiha Sasuke, who was second only to Naruto in the ninja school, was defeated by Naruto so easily. This moment, Hinata, Kiba, Shino and others. There are also people like Inashika Cha Ring, Shikamaru, Ino, Cha Ring G. I never expected that there would be such a big gap between Sasuke, the genius of the Uchiha clan, and Naruto. In their eyes, even if Sasuke was given a chance to continue fighting, he still couldn't win against the current Naruto. Secretly, ninja school teacher Ryuka and others are responsible for protecting and observing the exercise. It was also something I never expected. Naruto was so powerful. In terms of physical fitness alone, it is far beyond the level of his peers. Not to mention, he is experienced and keen in combat. Hokage building, third Hokage Hiruzen, who used a crystal ball to peek, was also surprised by Naruto's strength. After easily disposing of Sasuke, Naruto looked towards the Inoshika Cha Ring team. Do you want to come together? Naruto smiled at Shikamaru and the others. Hearing this, Shikamaru, as the leader of the group, looked at Naruto's confident look. Advertisement ad. He immediately shook his head. With their Inashika Cha Ring combination, if three of them fight one Naruto, there might still be a chance. However, Naruto is not alone. There are Hinata, Kiba, and Shino beside him. Fighting will only be a waste of energy. More importantly, the fight made Shikamaru extremely troublesome. This is the main reason Shikamaru gave up the fight on behalf of their group. Ino and Cha Ring G had no objection at all. Okay. Ya saw them winning and immediately screamed excitedly and shouted. Akamaru on his head also barked excitedly. Hinata looked at Naruto and smiled shyly. Shino still had a cold expression on his face. The sense of presence is very low. Naruto and his team successfully won first place in the forest exercise. After that, the exercise was over, and Naruto and the others naturally returned to their normal classes. However, for Sasuke, who lost to Naruto in the exercise, he recalled the problems Naruto pointed out. After school, start strengthening your training every day. After the actual battle with Naruto, Sasuke also saw the gap between him and Naruto now. He must train harder than before, to catch up with Naruto, to defeat Naruto. He can't lose here. He wants to kill that man and avenge the Uchiha clan. On the other side, Naruto defeated Uchiha Sasuke of the Uchiha clan in a crushing manner during the forest exercise. This performance made Danzo even more jealous. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki showed a talent beyond Uchiha. Danzo once again wants Naruto from the third generation. But seeing the third generation behave like Naruto, it's even more impossible to hand over Naruto to Danzo. Give it to his roots. Naruto has become the biggest trump card for his Sarutobi clan to control Konoha in the future. How could it be left to this guy Shimura? Advertisement. Danzo looked at the tough third generation and really had no choice. He didn't dare to fall out with the third generation directly, although he now has an armful of Sharingan resurrection coins. Naruto didn't know. There have been several battles over ownership of the Hokage building. Even if he knew, he would dismiss it. They are just a group of profit-minded guys who took away the strong Konoha left by the first generation and Uchiha Madara. It has developed to this point. He is still thinking about fighting for his own interests. It was clear that Konoha was so powerful back then. But now, after several ninja wars, the new talents can be considered withered. Even if there are, as long as they are not loyal ninjas from their Hokage family, such as Konoha's White Fang, the Senju clan, or the Uchiha clan that was recently wiped out, they have all become underground souls. Another microcosm, it was the incident where Hyuga clan Hyuga Hinata was kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi. Junima bullied you to the point of shit. The processing result of the result event, I just want to give Cloud Shinobi both hands a piece of toilet paper to wipe his ass with. Other big families in Konoha saw how the senior officials treated the Hyuga family. It is inevitable that everyone will feel in danger and lose confidence in Konoha and Hokage. If only the first generation knew that the Hyuga family, loyal to Konoha, had suffered such humiliation at the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I'm afraid I'm going to jump out and scold my mother," said Fa. After the exercise, everyone is back to their daily routine of school and training. Same. Naruto also started a new round of training. He knew that in the world of ninja, there was an energy more advanced than his own chakra. That is natural energy. That's right. Naruto plans to practice next. It is Sage Mode that absorbs natural energy and evolves. Thank you Boss 1853XXXX for your monthly vote. The little author continues to ask for monthly flower tickets, evaluation votes, rewards, comments and collections. Ying ying ying, ying ying ying. Mid-Autumn Festival National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th, Chapter 35 Sage Art A Middle. Wind Style Spiral Shuriken. Asking for flower monthly ticket evaluation votes. Bref Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Add chakra is the power of combining one's own spiritual energy with the energy of the body's cells. Although the power exerted is powerful, but compared to natural energy, it is still one level lower. And natural energy, it is a kind of freedom between heaven and earth, an energy that has existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. The Oetsutsuki clan planted sacred trees on various planets, allowing the sacred trees to absorb the planet's energy and bear fruit. Absorbed planetary energy, it is natural energy. In a way, the fruit of the sacred tree absorbed by the Oetsutsuki clan is a highly concentrated compressed energy body formed from natural energy. If you can remove the chakra in your body, transformed into complete natural energy, this is equivalent to comprehensively improving one's own energy level. Improve your own strength in all aspects. Therefore, the ancient ninja continent created Sage Mode based on the characteristics of natural energy. Chakra, a magical blend of natural energies, was created. For example, the three holy places: Mount Mie Ringboku, Ryakai Cave, Shigu Forest. After entering Sage Mode, magic spells performed, the power far exceeds ordinary ninjutsu. It even launched a direct and effective attack on the Ten-Tails sacred tree. It can be said that the strength of ninjas who master Sage Mode is far superior to ordinary ninjas. But if you want to practice Sage Mode, the first condition is to have a huge chakra yourself, because mastering chakra requires mixing natural energy with cellular energy and spiritual energy. The three need to be integrated with each other. Maintain a delicate balance. The inhaled natural energy is very little, and naturally cannot be transformed into the Sage Chakra, entering Sage Mode. If too much natural energy is inhaled and the balance among the three cannot be maintained, it may be assimilated by nature. At this moment, Naruto sitting cross-legged on the ground, think about everything you know about magic, Sage Mode, and natural energy. You deeply recall everything about natural energy, plus your ultimate insight into the world around you. You have seen the natural energy floating between heaven and earth. Advertisement. Add. You understand Sage Mode. Sage Mode, your ninjutsu, taijutsu, illusion, perception and other abilities are greatly improved. In an instant, Naruto felt, follow your own thoughts. A large amount of natural energy between heaven and earth was instantly absorbed into his body. At the same time, orange-red eyeshadow appeared around Naruto's pupils, and a pair of sky-blue eyes appeared. Become brighter. Different from Naruto's Sage Mode in the original work. Since Naruto trained on his own to complete Sage Mode, so his pupils won't look like frogs. Immediately afterwards, when a large amount of Senjutsu chakra was mixed, Naruto suddenly felt his body becoming stronger. His ninjutsu power, taijutsu power, and even his perception get a huge boost instantly. At this time, Naruto suddenly opened his Kagura Eye observation haki. He surprisingly discovered that his range of perception had actually expanded to the entire area of Konoha village. To know, as the strongest ninja village in Konoha, the area is not that of a small town. Even Naruto himself was shocked. But as for the power of ninjutsu, Naruto exited sage mode for now. Then close your eyes. Enter the sealed space within the body. He can use his perception ability outside, but if he wants to use ninjutsu, Konoha isn't all trash. A huge chakra reaction must be monitored. Thinking like this, Naruto once again came to the space where Ninetales was sealed. When Ninetales saw Naruto coming in on his own, he was already familiar with it and didn't say anything to Naruto. He continued to look at the cool article in his hand as he was minding his own business. While watching, he also held a bag of potato chips and ate them happily. Naruto didn't care what Ninetales was doing, found a place, and then sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating, realized the effect of Sage Mode. Next moment, Naruto enters Sage Mode, then, feeling the new magic chakra in the body. Advertisement. Ad. Naruto directly used wind-style spiral shuriken. The spiral shuriken that stirred up the violent wind. Suddenly there were bursts of sharp roars. It made Ninetales look sideways. Look at this. Ninetales noticed the difference in Naruto now. He noticed Naruto actually entered Sage Mode. Ninetales was about to be shocked. How could a kid like Naruto actually learn Sage Mode? But he thought again. What did this kid do? It didn't seem like it was worth his shock now. But Ninetales is still curious. What did Naruto want to do? He continued to look at Naruto. This moment, Naruto looked at the wind-style spiral shuriken in his hand, and then began to inject Senju chakra into it. A moment. Wind-style spiral shuriken becomes different. Chakra, which originally appeared sky blue, after infusing the magic chakra, became almost white, and it instantly exuded an aura that made even Ninetales feel threatened. Sage art. This brat actually mixed natural energy into ninjutsu. Ninetales was surprised inwardly. Now, Naruto looked at the sage art spiral shuriken in his hand. I felt it immediately. The power of the current spiral shuriken has been doubled compared to its normal state. Immediately afterwards, Naruto looked at the sealed space and the darkness in the distance, and threw the Raisin Shuriken without hesitation. Boom boom boom. Sage art a middle dot. The spiral shuriken is surrounded by bursts of roar, suddenly flew into the darkness in the distance. Then there was a huge explosion that swept through the entire sealed space. The wind gusts, the whole space was shaken. Naruto felt the power of Sage art spiral shuriken. Looks delighted, very satisfied. But, advertisement, ad, just regular Sage Mode. For Naruto, not enough to satisfy. He feels that Sage Mode can further evolve. Then, for a period of time after that, Naruto did not only go to school every day and train according to his own plan. Basically, they are researching how to further evolve Sage Mode. 2 months later, Naruto successfully turned Sage Mode, which could only last for a few minutes, into normal Sage Mode. The so-called normalized Sage Mode is Naruto's Sage Mode has no time limit, unless the chakra in the body is exhausted, just can't maintain Sage Mode. However, Naruto already has the physique of the Uzumaki family with a huge amount of chakra. Coupled with his terrifying mental energy, combined with the terrifying physical quality brought by the Ryuko immortal thief, Naruto's chakra amount, it has long since reached the tailed beast level of infinity. Want to prevent Naruto from maintaining Sage Mode? Unless he is the only one who doesn't want to. But even at this point, Naruto still felt that although the normalized Sage Mode was powerful, it still had its flaws, because he still needs to absorb natural energy and integrate it with the spiritual energy and cellular energy in his body. Still needs to go through a transformation. Only this step of magic chakra can be used. Naruto had been wondering if the transformation step could be eliminated. And, for Naruto, who has read novels about cultivating immortals, isn't absorbing the energy between heaven and earth equal to cultivating immortals? Whether he can absorb natural energy. Create your own set of immortal cultivation techniques. Eliminate the chakra energy system. Evolve directly to absorb the power of heaven and earth. If you could absorb the power of heaven and earth, he then has an endless source of energy. The humble author begs for flowers. Please beg for monthly votes, evaluation votes, rewards, comments, and collections, whatever. Ying ying ying. Mid-Autumn Festival National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th. Chapter 36 Absorbing the Power of Heaven and Earth. Create a technique for cultivating immortals. Asking for flower monthly ticket evaluation votes. Bref chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naruto couldn't help but continue to use his imagination. Absorb the power of heaven and earth. Then refer to the levels of immortality novels to create immortality cultivation techniques. First practice chi, then build the foundation, form the elixir, transform into the nascent soul, and go on like this step by step. If such a technique is created by then call this immortality cultivation technique. Chi Tuan Liu, based on the Chi body origin flow technique that absorbs the power of heaven and earth, combined with other 8 magical skills, it becomes a magical method. Take yin and yang as the avenue, take attributes as the 3000 rules. Thinking of this, the excitement in Naruto's heart was simply indescribable. He has a smooth and relaxed feeling of seeing the sun through the clouds and suddenly becoming enlightened about the road ahead. But for now, if you want to complete this kind of exercise, more time is needed. Naruto wasn't in a hurry, and since he had a lot of time now, it was safest to take his time and do it step by step. But next, Naruto thought, now that we have the huge magic chakra, and it is very likely that in the future, the power of heaven and earth can be directly absorbed, and the energy will be almost infinite. In terms of attack methods, can it also evolve? Thinking of this, Naruto wanted to create his own ninjutsu to enrich his attack capabilities. The most important thing is that he does not have his own ninjutsu scroll, and the ninja school does not teach any ninjutsu. Until now, I just taught them the most basic 3-body technique. If Naruto could get the ninjutsu scroll left by the 4th Hokage, he wouldn't even think about creating a new ninjutsu by himself. Thinking of this, Naruto once again gave 3rd Hokage and Danzo a few BS, making a mental note. Advertisement. No way. Naruto could only think of something. At this time, Naruto suddenly thought, although he doesn't have a ninjutsu scroll, but Naruto knows a technique that can produce ninjutsu-like effects, and that is Kid A Ring. Naruto before time travel was also an old Shinigami fan. Very clear. Kid A Ring. The power from Shinigami. Another popular manga. This is an advanced spell that only Shinigami can use. There are 3 types, Had A Ring, Bakad A Ring, and Kade A Ring. Chanting mantras, it will release magical power. Why don't you deduce Kid A Ring's power? Naruto thought to himself, suddenly feeling motivated. Just the next moment, you deeply recall the power of Kid A Ring in the hot-blooded comic Shinigami, combined with your ultimate understanding of chakra, the composition of ninjutsu, and Ultimate's insight, judgment, and analysis capabilities, you are inspired and you have an epiphany. A tilde. You created Had A Ring 1, Rush, Had A Ring 4, White Thunder, Had A Ring 11, Thunder and Lightning, Had A Ring 12, Fire, Had A Ring 31, Red Artillery, Had A Rings 33, Blue Firefall. Had A Rings 54, Waste Flame, Had A Rings 63, Fiery Lightning Howl. Had A Rings 73, Twin Lotuses, Blue Fire Falling, Had A Rings 88. A middle. Flying Dragon Strikes Thief's Sky Shaking Thunder Cannon, Had A Rings 91. A middle. Black Coffin, Had A Rings 91. A middle. Senju Bright Sky Killing Cannon, Had A Rings 96. A middle. One Sword Cremation, Had A Rings 99. A middle. 5 Swirling Dragons of Destruction. You created Bakad A Ring 1, Sai, Bakad A Ring 4, This Rope, Bakad A Ring 8, Rebuke, Bakad A Ring 21, Red Smoke Release, Bakad A Ring 26, Bent Light. Bakad A Rings 36, 3 Flashes of the Mouth, Bakad A Rings 37, Hanging Star, Bakad A Rings 39, Round gate fan. Bacud A rings 58, slapping the toe to chase the sparrow. Bacud A rings 3961, 6-star flight prison. Bacud A rings 62, 100 step railing. Bacud A rings 73, overturned mountain crystal. Bacud A rings 75, 5-pillar iron piercing. Bacud A rings 77, a middle dot tenting congra. Bacud A rings 81, a middle dot splitting void. Bacud A rings 99, a middle dot forbidden dot. Kid A ring no head A ring. You learned all the head A ring that appear in Shinigami comics. A tilde. Kid A ring no Bacud A ring. You learned all the Bacud A ring that appear in the Shinigami manga. A tilde. In an instant, a lot of Kid A ring knowledge flooded into Naruto's mind. He felt that in an instant, he became the Kid A ring master who mastered all Head A ring and Bacud A ring in Shinigami. I see. Naruto looked carefully at Kid A ring in his mind. Marvel at Kid A ring's sophistication. Advertisement. Compared to ninjutsu, Kid A ring is a powerful force from another system, with an extremely high upper limit. Forbidden technique level Kid A ring can even touch time and space. However, Naruto can only deduce the regular Kid A ring that appeared in Shinigami for the time being. But Naruto didn't care, because in the future, he would inevitably be exposed to the power of time and space. If nothing else, he must learn the Flying Thunder God technique from the 4th generation. At this time, having learned Head A ring and Bacud A ring, Naruto of course wanted to see the power of Kid A ring. So, he came to the sealed space of 9 tails and started trying from the first serial number. Head A ring. One of Has A ring a middle dot chong. Naruto finished. Chakra surges in the body. A shockwave shot out from his fingertips. Naruto estimated that the power of this shockwave was equivalent to that of an explosion. Next, Naruto continued to cast Head A ring. Head A ring number 4, White Thunder. The words rang out, and a dazzling lightning shot out from Naruto's fingertips. Thunder gathered into a line, condensing unimaginable penetrating power. In Shinigami's original work, Byakuya Kakiki, the captain of the Gotai 13 Division 6, used White Thunder hit through the shoulder of protagonist Kurosaki Yakugo. In the hands of powerful people, the serial number in front of Kid A ring does not indicate the strength of the weapon. Just like Naruto's current situation, with his huge amount of chakra, coupled with his extremely fine control of chakra, and even if he adds the magical chakra, it is difficult to imagine the power of Bale. Naruto tried Has A ring's power one by one. In a cage on the side. At first 9 Tails didn't care what Naruto was doing. But gradually he was surprised to find out the ninjutsu Naruto has performed from just now until now. It seemed like they were nothing he had seen in the ninja world. Advertisement. It should be noted that even if Nine Tails does not understand ninjutsu, he has seen too many ninjutsu after living for thousands of years. But the ninjutsu in this, absolutely none of the ninjutsu that Naruto is currently performing. This kid. Could it be that I created it myself again? Nine Tails was shocked inside and stared at Naruto with a complicated expression. At this time, Naruto had already cast Head A ring to the 63 serial number. Head A ring no. 63 a middle dot fiery lightning howl. In an instant, a roaring thunder dragon rushed out. It shot towards the dark distant room of the sealed space. When the Brontosaurus reaches its ultimate distance, exploded with a bang. Suddenly there was an explosion of thunder and lightning in the dark distance. Nine Tails couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he saw the power of the explosion. What on earth did this kid have in his head? He could tell. This kid doesn't seem to want money. The power of the ninjutsu created. It is rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was just a small fight at the beginning. Now this move, lightning style, is already as powerful as an A-level ninjutsu. Thanks to WX_345 and 1771XXX for their monthly votes. Thank you everyone for the flowers and review votes. The little author's keyboard is smoking. We are working hard to update the code. Mid-Autumn Festival National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th. Chapter 37 Creating Kid A Ring, Unlimited Instant Ninjutsu? Asking for Flower Monthly Ticket Evaluation Votes. Bref chapter. Next chapter advertisement. However, Ninetales didn't expect that. At this point, Naruto's pace of creating ninjutsu hasn't stopped yet. At this time, Naruto had already used Hide Ring with serial number 88. This Hide Ring is exactly the 88 of Hide Ring. Flying Dragon strikes thieves and sky-shaking thunder cannon. In an instant, the Thunder Dragon, which was larger than fiery lightning howl, let out a roar that shook the entire space from Naruto's palm, fly into the darkness. After a while, when the Thunder Dragon landed, there was a pause, and then there was a huge thunderous explosion, and countless electric lights traveled away. Take that darkness. It has completely turned into the restricted area that no one dares to enter. At this moment, Naruto looked extremely excited as he watched the power exerted by Hide Ring number 88. This power is comparable to S-level ninjutsu. Even cage-level experts can't take his move at will. Flying Dragon strikes thieves and shakes the sky with thunder cannon. At the same time, Ninetales saw the power of this move. Almost confused. This is another S-level ninjutsu. God knows, in the many years he has lived in Ninetales, he has seen a lot of S-level ninjutsu. However, he is not like this kid who can just pull out a new S-level ninjutsu. This guy Naruto, what kind of monster is he? While Ninetales was shocked, Naruto didn't stop. Yes, this is only Hide Ring number 88. The chakra in Naruto's body is not all used up by using these Hide Ring. He still has more. Then, Naruto simply took out one of the Shinigami's probably classic Hide Ring, in order to reach the limit of power as much as possible. Advertisement. He even sang it in full. There is a faint hint of muddy heraldry, and a rebellious and arrogant talent. Surge A middle. Negation A middle. Paralysis A middle. For a moment, hindering eternal sleep. The crawling iron princess, the clay doll that keeps mutilating itself. Combined A middle. Bounce A middle. Extend to the ground. Know your own powerlessness. Hide Ring No 90 A middle. Black coffin. The moment the chant was completed, a large amount of chakra in Naruto's body was mobilized and released. As Naruto finished speaking, a huge black coffin slowly rose from the ground, completely sealing off that space. Everything within black coffin will be obliterated by the power that is huge enough to distort time and space. Black coffin was reflected in Naruto's sky blue pupils. Naruto looked at the huge black coffin rising. He looked delighted. The eyebrows are filled with pride in his current strength. That's it, Naruto said in a deep voice excitedly. With the power of black coffin, it shouldn't be a problem to kill ordinary cage-level experts in seconds. At this time, Ninetales saw the sight of black coffin rising. His pupils were suddenly startled, and he felt a sense of danger. It made his hair stand on end. What is this black power? It actually made him feel dangerous, as if it could seal him completely. In Ninetales' view, the ninjutsu that Naruto was performing at this moment was no longer just an S-level ninjutsu. This guy, it's already the forbidden technique level. Ninetales really couldn't figure out where Naruto, the brat, came up with these ninjutsu. Created S-level ninjutsu. It's like I don't need money, they abound. Even the forbidden technique level ninjutsu, you can also take it out casually. And Ninetales has not forgotten that the Kid A Ring that Naruto is currently performing is only in its normal state. Naruto, this brat. Advertisement. He just learned the normalized Sage mode some time ago, which even a Ninetales like him found scary. If you have this level of ninjutsu, words of blessing immortal chakra, Ninetales is unimaginable. How terrifying a power could Naruto exert on his own? Imagine a ninja who possesses almost infinite magic chakra, and has all S-level ninjutsu and forbidden technique level ninjutsu in his hands. What a huge combat effect he can exert on the battlefield alone. Not to mention facing more than 10,000 ninjas, even facing a tailed beast. I'm afraid it can be suppressed easily, right? The first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who once dominated the ninja world and crushed all enemies, was nothing more than that. Ninetales is not belittling its own strength, but the strength of Naruto, a brat, It's unbelievable. He watched Naruto pull out S-level ninjutsu one after another. They were almost stunned. However, Naruto was just checking Hade Ring's effect. Then he started with Byakude Ring number 1 and worked his way up to the highest level Byakude Ring. Naruto felt the ultimate defense brought by Byakude Ring, as well as the powerful ability to seal and control opponents. For Nine Tails, meeting Byakude Ring from Ultimate, no less than when he first saw the sealing ninjutsu that sealed him. In Nine Tails' view, the last sealing ninjutsu that Naruto used, you can definitely seal him in his normal state. Is this kid demonstrating in front of me? Nine Tails thought unhappily. I am Nine Tails. This uncle will not be threatened by a kid. But, Nine Tails thought again, Naruto was definitely not showing him a demonstration. They are partners who love each other. If he wasn't a partner, how could Naruto show him potato chips, novels, and anime? So Naruto definitely didn't think so. It was because I thought it was too dark. Nine Tails couldn't help but reflect on itself. Advertisement. I was sure in my heart that Naruto was different from other humans. He was definitely not the kind of person he thought he was. At this moment, Naruto didn't know what Nine Tails was thinking about. Only after he checked the power of Hade Ring and Byakude Ring, Naruto suddenly noticed that the way Nine Tails looked at him seemed to be much gentler than before. He didn't know what happened to Nine Tails. Think about it. Unexpected. I won't delve into it further. For himself, after creating Hade Ring and Byakude Ring and enriching his arsenal of ninjutsu weapons, another problem arose. To reach the full power of Hade Ring and Byakude Ring, the spirit of words must be chanted. Although compared to ninjutsu that requires seals, just singing is pretty good. But Naruto still wanted to improve on this. More than just improvements to Hade Ring and Byakude Ring. At the same time, I also want to completely improve the seals of the ninjutsu system. As early as when Naruto first came into contact with the power of ninjas and the seals system, he had an idea. He has a huge chakra that ordinary people don't have, which is equivalent to a tailed beast. If you can eliminate the step of sealing, eliminate the step of chanting Kid-A Ring Yanling. Is it possible to achieve unlimited instant ninjutsu and Kid-A Ring? Completely combining the power of the three systems of ninjutsu, Sage Art, and Kid-A Ring into one method. Think of this. Naruto suddenly thought, this kind of power that has not yet been created seems to be somehow connected to the Tongshin-Rui among the 8 wonders. Then, Naruto was lost in thought. Thanks to Boss 1576XXXXX for your monthly vote. I beg you to have monthly flower tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, comments and collections all in one service. Mid-Autumn Festival National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th. Chapter 38. The idea of A8 Tongshin-Lu. Point out Sasuke, asking for flower monthly ticket evaluation votes. Bref chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Tongshin-Lu is the ultimate ability of Full-Lu. The so-called talisman is a magic spell in ancient times. By sketching symbols on paper, you can exert many magical powers. The way this power is composed is similar to Kid-A Ring and ninjutsu to a certain extent. Tongshin-Lu allows people to make no preparations in advance. Compared to Grandmaster and Talisman Masters, it also takes several hours to complete the talisman. Master the Tongshin-Lu. It can be done easily. It can even draw a large number of talismans in a very short period of time. Achieve an effect with almost no delay or interval. When it comes to Kid-A Ring and ninjutsu, if you master this ability, you can have infinite instantaneous attacks. But for Naruto now, he still needs to master more ninjutsu. Deepen your understanding of various ninjutsu. He will be able to master the Tongshin-Lu. But not now. Naruto likes to wait until all conditions are met, and then do it one step at a time. While Naruto started training on his own. The other side. Sasuke was defeated by Naruto. He had been practicing hard on the questions Naruto had asked him. He strengthened his physical fitness training, optimized and concise his taijutsu, and improved his shuriken technique. He now, the Sasuke who had already practiced in the forest, completely different. On this very day, Sasuke, full of confidence, stopped Naruto on his way home from school. "I want to challenge you." "Uzumaki Naruto," Sasuke said to Naruto with a cold face, as if Naruto would give up if he didn't accept it. Naruto was stunned. "What's wrong with the second pillar? Why is it not training or sunny today? Why does Uzumaki think he can do it again?" Naruto was confused, but looking at Sasuke, he seemed to be stalking him if he didn't agree. He agreed anyway. Advertisement. "Anyway, give Sasuke some advice. That is, it is a matter of convenience." Seeing Naruto agree, Sasuke smiled cruelly in his heart, humming, "Naruto, you guy, you must lose today." For today's challenge, Sasuke had prepared a big move. After a while, Naruto and Sasuke arrived at the training ground in the village. At this moment, it was in the evening when every family gathered for dinner, and no ninja came to disturb them. Now look at Naruto and Sasuke. One of their parents sacrificed his life for the village, and the other fell at the hands of his son. Now Naruto and Sasuke are both alone. Meanwhile, the Hokage building, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanted to see Naruto with a crystal ball. Did not expect. "Watch this today. I accidentally saw Yukiho Sasuke and Naruto together. But look at how they look now. It seems like a duel." Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen came to be interested. Decided to watch the showdown between Naruto and Sasuke before getting off work. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke were standing opposite each other. Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, "Let's go. Let me see if you've gotten stronger since last time." Sasuke heard this and snorted coldly. He didn't hesitate. The moment he finished speaking, his body ejaculated. Tap tap tap. Sasuke approached Naruto with extremely fast footsteps. While moving forward, he took out the shuriken from his ninja bag. Swish swish, and threw it towards Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto looked unfazed and took out a kunai from his ninja bag. Swish, swish. He blocked the incoming shuriken. Just the next moment, relying on the attack of the shuriken, Sasuke approached Naruto, immediately launched a set of silky Uchiha taijutsu on Naruto. Naruto kept blocking, although it was similar to last time's physical skills. This time the intensity was stronger. It's obviously become more powerful. If it weren't for him. Advertisement. Sasuke is naturally the undoubted genius of this generation, worthy of being the second pillar. Naruto sighed inwardly, but he showed no mercy at the next moment. He grabbed Sasuke's weak spot and kicked him out. However, kick it out, Sasuke's body suddenly exploded with white smoke. Body replacement technique, clone technique. Naruto was a little surprised. At the same time as the white smoke exploded, one of the shurikens stuck on the ground was blocked by Naruto's kunai. There was a bang sound and white smoke exploded, revealing the true Sasuke. Succeeded. Sasuke saw Naruto, who was attracted by his blindness. He looked happy. Naruto was completely defenseless at this moment. The real Sasuke suddenly launched a strong attack on Naruto, using a silky body technique. However, the first move comes out. Naruto burst into a burst of white smoke and disappeared. What appeared in front of Sasuke was the wooden stake left behind after Naruto used the body replacement technique. When Sasuke was shocked, he couldn't understand how Naruto could come in such a short gap. "You can perform the body replacement technique. That's just the way it is." Next moment, Naruto suddenly appeared behind Sasuke, kicks Sasuke away. "Ah, I almost got hit." Naruto said this, but his expression was extremely calm. Yes, of course he wasn't surprised by Sasuke's little plan. With his current insight, coupled with his current powerful mental reaction speed, even if you can't see through Sasuke's disguise, he can also crush Sasuke purely by relying on his nerve reaction speed. Hokage building, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen met Naruto, so skilled in body replacement technique and experience. He looked satisfied. At this time, Sasuke was kicked away. He seemed a little angry that his plan didn't work. So, while he was still in the air, he looked at Naruto, who was standing on the ground with a calm face and formed a seal in his hand. Advertisement. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time as sealing, a large amount of chakra is mobilized to the chest. Sasuke took a deep breath, chest heaving, fire style a middle. Great fireball technique. Raging flames instantly burst out of Sasuke's mouth. Then it turned into a huge fireball, sweeping towards Naruto below. A rolling heat wave hit my face. Hokage building. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately shocked when he saw Sasuke's great fireball technique. He didn't expect Sasuke to use fire style on such an occasion, although he believed in Naruto's current strength. However, besides the three-body technique, but he didn't master any ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little worried about his mistake. However, Naruto stood there, his expression unchanged even when faced with the fierce attack of the great fireball technique, fire style. Naruto said to himself, just when the great fireball technique was about to engulf him. Naruto suddenly punched. One punch. Just one punch. It instantly defeated Sasuke's great fireball. All the flames disappeared. Sasuke in midair saw Naruto crush his own fire-style great fireball with one punch. A pair of eyes almost went crazy. Holy shit! This guy Naruto smashed the great fireball technique that I worked hard on with one punch. Is he really the legendary demon fox in the village? Sasuke was shocked, and third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was also watching the duel, also didn't expect it. Naruto's physical fitness, already powerful enough to defeat the great fireball technique with one punch. Is it the power of nine tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen smashed the burning pipe, his eyes thoughtful. Thanks to Boss 1668XXXX for your monthly vote. Thank you everyone for the flowers and review votes. The little author continues to ask for a wave of flower monthly tickets, evaluation votes, rewards, comments, collections, and reminders for updates. Ying ying ying. Mid-Autumn Festival National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th. Chapter 39 Fire Attribute Chakra Ultimate Nature Transformation. Asking for Flower Monthly Ticket Evaluation Votes. Bref Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Naruto looked at the shock on Sasuke's face. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? You don't think you can defeat me if you master fire style, do you?" Sasuke: "Nonsense. They are all students of the ninja school. Being able to master fire style ninjutsu is already very powerful. And if he hadn't been of the Uchiha clan, he also didn't get a chance to learn the fire style great fireball technique. It's you, Naruto. You can crush my great fireball technique with your fist. That's what's surprising." Hateful. Sasuke couldn't help but gritted his teeth. Even the strongest ninjutsu he mastered couldn't do anything to this guy. He couldn't think of how to defeat this guy next. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who had nothing to say. He also knew that this was a bit overwhelming. But thinking about it, the strength Sasuke showed in the battle just now was much better than the last time. Illustrate. Sasuke still listened to his words. Thinking of this, Naruto felt that he could give Sasuke a little more guidance. The most important thing is that the battle they just did was monitored from the moment they came into contact to the beginning of the battle. Now he takes this opportunity. A few words of advice to Sasuke. There will be no problem. Then, Naruto said, "Do you want to know why my fist can defeat your fire style?" Sasuke said, "Why?" Naruto said, "Because your control over chakra is too weak and you cannot control chakra efficiently. As a result, a large amount of chakra was wasted in the process of releasing the ninjutsu." Naruto intends to give Sasuke some tips to improve his control over chakra. Sasuke heard this, inner thoughts. Chakra control? Could it be that improving this would increase the power of ninjutsu? He doesn't know whether it's true or false. But thinking about Naruto giving him advice to become stronger before advertisement, and it's also very useful, Sasuke decided to trust Naruto. However, you need to go back and think carefully about how to improve your chakra control. Of course, Sasuke could also ask Naruto directly, but he felt that this would put him at an even greater disadvantage. Snort. That's it for today. After I go back to training, I will definitely defeat this guy like you. Sasuke snorted arrogantly, turn around and leave. Naruto watched Sasuke leave and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. With both of them under intense surveillance, Naruto could only help Sasuke so much. After the duel with Sasuke, Naruto returned home. Finished your own dinner. Start your own practice again. But this time, he had just memorized the fire-style Great Fireball seal during the duel with Sasuke. Yes, in the duel, Naruto also took note of Sasuke's fire-style Great Fireball. Since the old guy from third generation didn't leave him any of his parents' ninjutsu scrolls, then he would find a way to learn ninjutsu on his own. Besides, he gave Sasuke 2 instructions, so what's the point of charging him a Great Fireball technique as tuition? Naruto closed his eyes. Enter the sealed space. Then, he began to recall the sequence of the Great Fireball seals. Thanks to his current strong mental power, Naruto's memory is equivalent to photographic memory, which is very exaggerated. Naruto then began to perform fire-style A middle Great Fireball technique. Swish, swish, swish. Naruto quickly formed seals. Then, a small fireball was released. However, Naruto was not surprised, because Naruto's original chakra attribute did not have the fire attribute. But he can practice the nature transformation of the fire attribute chakra, to enhance the power of fire-style ninjutsu. So, Naruto then recalled the last time he practiced wind attribute chakra nature transformation. Start practicing fire attribute chakra nature transformation. Advertisement. You recall the wind attribute chakra nature transformation, combined with your understanding of chakra and ninjutsu, and the fire attribute Hadei ring in Hadei ring, you have an epiphany. You understand the fire attribute chakra ultimate nature transformation. A tilde. Dot. Fire attribute chakra ultimate nature transformation. Your understanding of fire is as free as a fish in water. A tilde. Significantly increase the power of fire-style ninjutsu. A tilde. In a moment, Naruto felt that his understanding of fire-style had been elevated to an ultimate level. Then, Naruto once again performed the same fire-style A middle Great Fireball technique as before. And this time, the power of the Great Fireball, a small fireball from before, suddenly it turned into a little sun. The huge fireball almost reached the terrifying height of 4 or 5 floors. The so-called fire attribute chakra ultimate nature transformation. That is being able to use ordinary fire style to unleash the power of ultimate. The more chakra, the more ultimate the power exerted. Just like the original work, Uchiha Madara is an ordinary B-level fire style A middle high fire extinguishing technique's terrifying power. But it took dozens of mist shinobi ninjas to use water style ninjutsu to resist it. And Naruto's condition. He now not only masters the ultimate fire attribute chakra nature transformation own chakra, it is even equivalent to the tailed beast level fire style ninjutsu released. Naturally, it can be called a magical power. At this time, Nine Tails suddenly felt the temperature of the sealed space rising sharply, and then he noticed Naruto. This little devil, the house is being demolished again. Damn it! If he hadn't been locked in a cage, how could he endure Naruto's constant torture every day? Nine Tails is angry. The good fat house life has now become extremely hot. At this moment, Naruto looked excited as he watched the Great Fireball expand countless times in power, but he didn't care about Nine Tails. Then Naruto even uses Heaven-Defying Comprehension, seal based on fire style A middle Great Fireball technique. Start deriving more fire styles. You have carefully studied the sealing method of fire style A middle Great Fireball technique, combined with your understanding of ninjutsu. A tilde. You have an epiphany. A tilde. You introduced fire style A middle fairy fire technique, fire style A middle flower claw red, fire style A middle dragon fire technique, fire style A middle fire bullet, fire style A middle big fire bullet, fire style A middle fire dragon fire bullet, fire style A middle great dragon fire technique, fire style A middle taku, fire style A middle explosive wind flurry, fire style A middle great fire extinguishing, fire style A middle great fire extinguishing, fire style A middle long yant singing technique. Advertisement. A moment. Many fire-style ninjutsu popped into Naruto's mind. The large number of fire-style ninjutsu is simply dazzling to see. Naruto randomly clicked on one, fire-style A middle dot dragon flame singing technique, and immediately performed it in the sealed space. Fire-style A middle dot long Yan sings technique. Next moment. The moment Naruto completed the seal, the 4 huge fire dragons all let out earth-shaking roars and charged towards the deep darkness. The blazing fire illuminated the boundless darkness of the sealed space. It also drastically increases the temperature in the environment. In the cage, Nine-Tails was dumbfounded again when he saw the dragon flame singing technique that Naruto had displayed at this moment. This little devil, how about being a grandmaster in all ninjutsu? Nine-Tails watched the fire dragon explode into the darkness in the distance. The power of the explosion set off. It even surprised him. Damn it! He had no idea where the limits of Naruto, a brat, were. Naruto, on the other hand, was feeling the ultimate power of his fire style at this moment, and he was very satisfied. Very good. Now there are both wind and fire attributes. Next there are earth attributes, thunder attributes, and water attributes. As long as we collect all the ninjutsu of the 5 attributes, we can then start to deduce the Tongtion Riku. Naruto was excited in anticipation. Let's imagine, at that time, with Naruto's almost endless magic chakra, coupled with the 5 attributes Sage Art Ninjutsu, throwing it out like beans, I'm afraid any enemy will face this scenario. Everyone will fall into a deep nightmare. Please give me a monthly Flower Pass evaluation ticket, a reward, a comment, and a reminder to collect it. Shout out to the big guys. Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark. Woohoo! Mid-Autumn Festival National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th. Chapter 40 Learning Physical Skills. Endless instant coaxing. Asking for Flower Monthly Ticket Evaluation Votes. Bref Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Master the Fire Attribute Chakra Ultimate Nature Transformation. And after confirming the idea of deducing Tongtion this day, Konoha Shinobi School, Iuka started teaching Naruto and his students today what is the basic taijutsu of Konoha style. On the playground, watch what the teacher does, Iuka said, while starting to demonstrate to Naruto and the others. He used slow motion, one move at a time, to demonstrate clearly to the students so that they could see clearly the essentials of the movements. After a demonstration, Iuka asked Naruto and the others to line up and start practicing. However, most of them are students from civilian backgrounds. I am seriously studying taijutsu with Iuka. Students with ninja backgrounds, such as Sasuke and Shikamaru, have naturally started practicing taijutsu a long time ago. Certainly. Not to mention Naruto. Later, I had a taijutsu class a week or 2 later. Iuka arranged confrontation training. In confrontation training, Sasuke got 2nd place in the class. Naruto naturally got 1st place in the class. No one in the class was as skilled as Naruto. On the other side, privately, Naruto looked at his current monster-like physical fitness, which was simply the best condition for practicing taijutsu. Then, in order to improve one's all-round abilities, Naruto began to practice his taijutsu. At the beginning, Naruto thought of the white hits in the Shinigami comics. As a Shinigami, slaying ghosts with fists is the most basic ability, and the punches represent white hits. White hits are the techniques of unarmed combat. Naruto's most profound memory of white hits is that of Shinigami Captain Yamamoto Genryu Shichikuni. Advertisement. When we fought against Rinka in the Karakura town plot, the white hits A:1 bone, white hits A:2 bones are displayed. Among them, white hits A:1 bone. The power of just one punch is enough to blast through a Rinka. White hits A:2 bones. The power of 2 punches is more than twice that of 1 bone. The power is terrifying. Think of this. You recall the white hits technique in Shinigami, combined with your own strong physical fitness. You have an epiphany. You created the full-level white hits A:1 bone, white hits A:2 bones. Full-level white hits. You now have thousands of years of unarmed combat experience. and you are now the most powerful human weapon. Moment. Naruto felt that his body's muscle memory seemed to become stronger than before. He realized, I have a deeper and more ultimate understanding of the techniques of using my body and how to turn my body into the most dangerous weapon than before. Imagine Yamamoto Genryusei Shichiguni's white hits skills, which have been honed for thousands of years. It was finally completed. To put it simply, this is the experience of thousands of years. Can make an ordinary person. In an instant, he became the strongest unarmed fighter in the world. It is conceivable that such a power bonus will eventually have a terrifying effect on a person like Naruto, who has a huge chakra and a monster body. This is something that even Naruto himself cannot imagine. Next moment, Naruto's muscles suddenly exerted force, and veins burst out in his arms, and the muscles swelled to a terrifying level. See this. Naruto once again realized the horror of this white hits technique. If it were said that his previous use of his body's muscle power could reach 100% of that overnight, so now, with full-level white hits, he can exert more than 120% of his power. Yes, this is the power of max-level white hits. Then Naruto's eyes narrowed and he immediately used full-level white hits. One punch and one kick, very smoothly. Every move set off a boom. Naruto knew this is how he is now giving full play to his powerful body blessed by the Ryuko immortal thief. The sound that breaks the sky is produced. Advertisement. Naruto even doubted it. With his current pure physical strength, is it comparable to the power of Tsunade's strange power fist? If he reaches full level white hits, if you add strange power, how terrifying is the power created? At this moment Naruto was thinking. You think about Tsunade's strange power, combined with your ultimate control over chakra, and you have an epiphany. You demonstrated Tsunade's strange power. Strange power. You can exert powerful strange power on your fists by accurately controlling the release of chakra. Naruto felt the strange power and skills in his mind. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. Next moment, he immediately exerted strange force on his fists and feet. Then, the next foot landed on the ground. Naruto's terrifying power immediately blasted a huge splash of water on the ground in the sealed space. At the same time, Nine Tails in the prison was so shaken by this strange force that his jaw almost hit the ground. He looked at Naruto angrily. This kid likes to cause trouble to him all day long. I can't even watch an animation without feeling clean. However, this look, Nine Tails was stunned again. He didn't expect that he would suddenly see the strange power of first Hokage in Naruto. A brat. Damn it. This kid is simply a monster. Nine Tails could see clearly. The technique Naruto used was the same strange power used by first Hokage. At this time, Nine Tails, who had seen so many things, no longer wanted to think about where the kid Naruto came from. He only knew that Naruto, the kid, was now far more powerful than anyone imagined. Compared to figuring out the source of Naruto, the brat's power, Nine Tails now wants to know even more. Naruto, who worked so hard to become stronger, now that we have such strength. Advertisement. Still working hard to become stronger. I really don't know if those disgusting guys from the third Hokage will see the real Naruto in the future. What a reaction that would be. Just think of the possible images. Nine Tails is very much looking forward to it. Naruto didn't know Nine Tails' inner thoughts. After creating full-level white hits and understanding strange power for a while, Naruto continued to focus on taijutsu. In Naruto's opinion, given his physical advantages, there is still more potential in taijutsu. Certainly. He also knows that Konoha has the strongest taijutsu in the Hokage, 8 inner gates. However, 8 inner gates is a forbidden technique. Might Guy can learn it because of his dad. Xiao Li can learn. It's because he is Konoha J-Ring-Nin, the disciple of Might Guy, known as Konoha's proud blue beast. If Naruto takes Might Guy as his teacher, naturally, There are also opportunities to learn, but to shave into a watermelon head for an 8 inner gates. Never mind. Naruto felt that this blessing should be left to Might Guy and Xiao Li to enjoy alone. 8 inner gates has no chance for the time being. Just one day. Naruto suddenly had an idea. He now has a max level Kid A ring, and also a max level white hits. And also in Shinigami, there is a powerful fighting technique that combines Kid A ring and white hits. That is, instant cokes. Thank you to the Inks boss for your monthly vote. Thank you all for the flowers and your review votes. Woohoo. Move. The young author boldly continues to ask for a wave of monthly flower reviews, votes, rewards, comments, and reminders to collect more. Mid-Autumn Festival National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th. Chapter 41 Instant Cokes, Thunder Beast Battle Form. Ninetales Demon Fox Form. Asking for Flower Monthly Ticket Evaluation Votes. Bref Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Instant Cokes. The inventor is Shin Yoruichi, who is known as Flash Goddess Yoruichi. It is a fighting technique that combines Kid A ring and white hits with each other, and can be called a forbidden technique level. Use this trick. The user's back and shoulders will be wrapped in high concentration compressed Kid A ring. Then use the power of Kid A ring. Fight as one with your own limbs. It's equivalent to adding the powerful Kid A ring that explodes at full power all the time to the already powerful white hits technique. Add the two together. Instant Cokes was created between the movements of hands and feet, with amazing destructive power. At this time, you combine your ultimate understanding of Kid A ring with your ultimate understanding of white hits, and you have an epiphany. A tilde you create instant cokes. A tilde. Shunku, fusion of white hits and Kid A rings forbidden technique level combat technique. A tilde. In an instant, a large amount of knowledge, understanding and muscle memory about Shunaku emerged in Naruto's mind. The next moment, Naruto immediately entered the sealed space. Then, in the sealed space where no one was disturbed or monitored, he displayed his instantaneous cokes for the first time. In an instant, huge chakra burst out from Naruto's body. Then immediately wrapped around Naruto's shoulders and back, and wrapped around the limbs. Boom. There were intense bursts of sound, and Naruto looked down at his Shunko form. I feel that my body is filled with seemingly endless power. Then, Naruto sprinted forward, and with this sprint, Naruto's figure instantly accelerated to the point of blasting a sonic boom. Huge sonic boom resounded throughout the sealed space. Again, Ninetales in the cage trembled with fear. He looked at Naruto outside again. I only saw this moment. Advertisement. Ninetales could no longer see Naruto's accelerated figure. He could only see a dazzling white flash of light running around in the sealed space. Is that Naruto? Ninetales was a little surprised. In his opinion, Naruto's speed at this moment was far beyond what he had been in before. This kid. He figured out what kind of power he had today. Ninetales was shocked inside. However, this is only the beginning. When Naruto finished experiencing the extremely fast pleasure of the initial Shunkaku, he did not stop deducing the Shunkaku. Naruto knew the instant cokes created now is just an initial state. Like the master of Shinigami, Shin Yoruichi and Suifeng, them all have advanced forms of instant cokes. And Naruto, naturally, I am prepared to deduce it to the end in one breath. Then, you combine your understanding of Shunku and refer to Shin Yoruichi, Suifeng, and Shin Yashiro's Shunku, and you have an epiphany. A tilde. You have created Shunhuo A middle. Infinite Shunhuo, Shunhuo A middle. Thunder God Battle Form, Shunhuo A middle. Thunder Beast Battle Form A middle. Ninetales Demonic Fox Shape, Shunhuo A middle. Explosive Flame Unparalleled. A tilde. Instant cokes A middle. Infinite instant cokes, strong wind pressure wraps around the body. The ultimate fusion of white hits and Kid A ring creates nearly endless ultimate destructive power with every move. A tilde. Shuangsu A middle. Thunder God Battle Form, the incarnation of the god in charge of thunder, and the 6 paths. Thunder Magatama is derived from behind. A tilde. Instant Kokusei middle dot Thunder Beast Battle Form A middle dot Nine Tails Demon Fox Form. Use thunder to transform into Nine Tails Demon Fox Form. A tilde. Instant Kokusei middle dot Unparalleled Explosive Flame. With every move of your hands, release explosive flames that destroy everything. A tilde. In an instant, several advanced forms of Shunju emerged in Naruto's mind. Then, at this moment, Naruto, who was high in the air and bursting with arrogance all over his body, suddenly performed the advanced Shunkyu-O. Instant Kokusei middle dot Thunder Beast Battle Form A middle dot Nine Tails Demonic Fox Form. Naruto fell with a cry. Crack! Raging thunder burst out from Naruto's body. The huge chakra, crazy emergence materializes. Advertisement. In an instant, Naruto's body expanded to form a huge Nine Tails Demon Fox similar to Kurama. 9 huge thunder whips behind him, constantly waving in the air. There's a rumble, a sound like thunder. Dazzling thunder and lightning. It instantly illuminated the dim-sealed space. Let Nine Tails behind the red cage reveal the true full picture. At this moment, Nine Tails looked at Naruto in the heart of thunder. Nine Tails Demon Fox eyebrows with a look of horror on his face. He couldn't believe it. Naruto, this brat, using the power of lightning style, created a monster similar to him. Kid. Nine Tails saw himself as a twin, somewhat angry, also a little scared, because he could sense that the Thunder Nine Tails Demon Fox that Naruto transformed into at this moment had condensed a huge chakra equivalent to the level of a tailed beast. To some extent, Naruto now created a completely real tailed beast. Because the size of this tailed beast is equal to that of a tailed beast, the amount of chakra in its body is also equal to the level of a tailed beast. And this tailed beast possesses the most destructive power of the thunder attribute chakra. Each move may be more terrifying than any real tailed beast except him. Of course, this is not because Nine Tails belittles other tailed beasts, but this newly born tailed beast is no one else but Naruto, that evil brat. Even for him, Nine Tails, who is one with Naruto, he didn't know what kind of terrifying power was hidden in Naruto's body. At this time, Naruto located between the eyebrows, at eye level. Look at Nine Tails in the cage. He said with confidence, "Hey, Kurama, it turns out that this is how you usually look at others." Nine Tails was startled when he heard this. Damn it! Advertisement. You brat created this forbidden technique that is superior to S-class ninjutsu. My first thought was this? Nine Tails suddenly felt helpless to complain, feeling of tightness in chest. In his opinion, Naruto, the brat, didn't regard money as money, he was too casual. But think of this. Nine Tails thought of Naruto who had come all the way up to this point. This kid really doesn't seem to be able to create any powerful ninjutsu. Consider it a big deal. Compared to other ninjas, he would be happy even if he invented any useful ninjutsu. Naruto, this brat, creating ninjutsu is as simple as breathing. At this moment, even the first Hokage, who had dominated the world and suppressed the ninja world, in the eyes of Nine Tails, compared with Naruto, seemed to be nothing special. That guy was just a wood style. And Naruto, that brat. Damn it. Can't compare. Thinking of this, Nine Tails couldn't help but feel silently for Naruto's future enemies, especially now, the disgusting old guy Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been holding the position of power in Konoha village, and other high-level officials of Konoha. Nine Tails wants to know if that old guy from third generation will regret what he did to Naruto. But that's all in the future. Then, Naruto continued to use the remaining Shunju advanced forms, Thunder God's Battle Form, Infinite Instant Cokes, Unparalleled Explosive Flames. Every sudden change made Nine Tails in the cage feel frightened. Although he was used to it, Naruto, the brat, created new ninjutsu every day. But getting used to it is one thing, but it doesn't mean you won't be shocked when you see it with your own eyes. Woohoo! Asking for flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation votes, update reminders, rewards, and collections. The humble author is begging for data online. Guys, give it a try. Mid-Autumn Festival National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th. Chapter 42 Marine 6 Styles. Ultra Instinct. Asking for Flower Monthly Ticket Evaluation Votes. Bref Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Create instant coaxes, as well as several advanced versions of instant coaxes. Naruto didn't give up there, he simply continued to deduce taijutsu crazily. After a moment, he suddenly thought of the superhuman physical skills in another hot-blooded boy manga, One Piece. Marine 6 Styles. This is a physical skill that can exert superhuman abilities and can compete with demon fruit power. Shave, iron body, paper arts, moonwalk, tempest kick, finger pistol. That's all the 6 styles. Once you master them all, you can exert terrifying power beyond the limits of the human body. Shaving is a footwork that uses the explosive reaction force generated by repeatedly stepping on the ground dozens of times in an instant to move at high speed. In the eyes of the enemy, this speed is like disappearing. Iron body, while exercising one's body, encourages strength, making the body as hard as steel. The defense power is astonishing. Not even knives, guns and bullets can break through iron body's defense. Paper arts is also a defensive technique, but this kind of defense requires all the strength of the whole body to be felt. By feeling the changes in the airflow on the opponent's attack route, the body becomes as thin as paper and follows the airflow to dodge. Moonwalk, the advanced skill of Shao, is like the cloud ladder in martial arts novels, walking through the air and enjoying the world at ease. It can travel between heaven and earth with its own power, but the disadvantage is that it cannot maintain a long hover. Tempest kick, a kick that kicks so fast that it rolls up a super high-speed vacuum to form a sharp slash. Finger pistol, pour all the power of the whole body into one finger, so that the finger can exert the power of a bullet. 8. You deeply recall the principles and training methods of Marine 6 styles. 8. You have an epiphany. 8. You have mastered the full-level Marine 6 styles. 8. The next moment, Naruto felt like the old Marine who had mastered Marine 6 styles for decades. The 6 postures that surpass the limits of the human body can even be used in his hands to destroy the world. Certainly, the true power of Marine 6 styles. Advertisement. In fact, it still depends on the physical strength of the user. And Naruto, with the blessing of the Roku Immortal Thief, his physical strength is still growing every day. Maybe one day in the future, Naruto will be able to unleash the power of destroying the world simply by using Marine 6 styles. Then, Naruto is not satisfied with Marine 6 styles. Marine 6 styles can be regarded as a taijutsu that can be learned easily. For physical arts, Naruto knew that on the path of taijutsu, there was actually an ultimate taijutsu, the power of the realm of gods, also known as the God's Control Technique, and that was Ultra Instinct. Different from the usual combat methods of sensing breath, Ultra Instinct completely relies on the spontaneous reactions of various parts of the body to perform conditioned reflex movements, completely cutting out the thinking step in the middle of the brain. Exercise as quickly as possible. Ultra Instinct separates the body and consciousness, allowing each part of the body to sense danger on its own. To use an analogy, an ordinary person may have 50% control over his body's muscles and can exert 50% of his body's strength. For a martial arts master, his control over his own body muscles may reach 70% or 80%, and the speed at which he can throw out a punch or dodge an opponent's attack can reach 70% or 80% of his body. And Ultra Instinct, the reason why it is called the God's Control Technique is that it is located in the deepest part of the God's domain. Even the gods cannot easily master the power of God. The reason is that Ultra Instinct is a manifestation of further posture. After breaking through the limit, how powerful a body is, it can exert its full power. If you have a body like a god, you can fully release the power of the god in every move and every move. In the original Dragon Ball, Vegeta once said, "If you think first and then react, your speed will be limited. It takes a certain amount of time to travel from the five senses to the brain and then to the body through the nerves. If every part of the body can judge and act on its own, it can avoid any danger. But it was quite difficult, and even Beerus, the god of destruction, failed to do so. The more advanced the battle, the more you need to care about the flaw that may be 1,000th of a second. Ultra Instinct can erase 1,000th of these flaws and seize the opponent's flaws. However, with such a powerful power, it is naturally extremely difficult to practice. After all, even Beerus, the god of destruction in Dragon Ball, has yet to perfectly master the power of Ultra Instinct. Advertisement. I want to practice Ultra Instinct and reach the state of Ultimate Instinct. We must first achieve it. There is no wave in the heart, there is no wave in the ancient well, and there is no wave in the face when Mount Tai collapses in front of us. Ultra Instinct has extremely high mental requirements. The most important threshold is to return to oneself. Achieve complete unity between man and nature. Naruto has not yet satisfied this state of mind requirement. However, Naruto had already seen the light entering the Stargate where heaven and man were united. As long as he has his own state of mind and steps into the next Stargate where heaven and man are united, that's when he starts practicing Ultra Instinct. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but tremble with excitement that he was about to enter the realm of God. But although you can't practice Ultra Instinct now, during this process, Naruto thought of another power to strengthen the body and strengthen physical skills. Breathing method. Breathing is an ancient and pure method of improving physical fitness. Breathing is the human instinct to enhance the ability of the heart and lungs, thereby enhancing physical fitness and strength. But if you improve ordinary breathing, can perform unimaginable magic. Naruto immediately thought of the breathing method of the anime Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba he had watched. In Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, the breathing method is the magical power created by Tsukune Inishi, the sealing combat power of Demon Slayer, to allow humans to fight against immortal ghosts with their physical bodies. Through breathing, you can strengthen your heart and lungs, allowing your blood to absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time, which can greatly increase your body's ability in an instant, allowing you to compete with immortal ghosts. The very first breathing method is the sun breathing method adopted by Konoha. Later humans could not withstand the power of the sun exerted by the breathing method of the sun, so they created and derived 5 basic breathing methods based on the breathing method of the sun, water, thunder, fire, rock, and wind. Later, some humans derived many other breathing methods based on these 5 basic breathing methods. At this time, you have profoundly recalled the breathing method in Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, combined with your understanding of your own body. Advertisement. You have an epiphany. You created the breathing method of water, the breathing method of thunder, the breathing method of fire, the breathing method of rock, and the breathing method of wind. At this time, Naruto breathed again. Hiss. Naruto opened his mouth slightly. A large amount of oxygen was instantly sucked into Naruto's body, making his heart race as if it were an engine. Boom. 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 Naruto's heartbeat was strong and strong. It's like the drums used in ancient tribes' rituals, with a feeling of ancient and pure power. Naruto looked down at his arm, and at the same time his arm muscles were working hard. It seemed that what he was seeing was something other than muscles. Instead, it is surging and flowing, pure power. With Naruto's current physical strength, plus the 5 basic breathing techniques, it's hard to imagine what Naruto's current physical strength has reached. At this moment, even Naruto himself didn't know, because Naruto has not forgotten that the most powerful breathing method will follow. Thanks to 1763 Boss for your monthly vote. Woo 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 woo. Keep asking for flowers, monthly votes, evaluation votes, rewards, comments, and collections. Mid-Autumn Festival National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th. Chapter 43 Full Breathing Technique. Star Spiral Shuriken. Asking for Flower Monthly Ticket Evaluation Votes. Breath Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Breath of the Sun. Naruto imagined a blazing sun hanging high in the sky, infecting the earth with its magnificent and boundless power. Next moment, you have deeply imagined the power of the sun, and based on the principles of the 5 basic breathing methods, you have an epiphany. You created the sun breathing technique. Sun breathing technique, the most powerful breathing technique, capable of bursting out with power as powerful as the sun. Suddenly, Naruto opened his mouth slightly and took a breath again. Boom! The chakra all over Naruto's body was infected by the effect of sun breathing technique, and suddenly burst out. At this moment, Naruto was surrounded by fierce golden flames. Her golden hair fluttered with arrogance. A pair of sky blue eyes. His eyes were so sharp that it was impossible to look directly at him. Hiss! Naruto took another deep breath. The large amount of oxygen that entered the body following his breathing made Naruto's heart beat violently, as if he was new to life. Next moment, feel the strongest, most rigid, and most yang power brought by this breath of the sun. Naruto impressively used wind-style spiral shuriken, the ultra-high-speed spinning wind-style spiral shuriken. Suddenly there were bursts of extremely sharp explosions in Naruto's hands. Then, as Nine-Tails watched with shocked gaze, Naruto poured the breath of the sun and the supreme power of the strongest to the strongest yang into the wind-style spiral shuriken. Boom boom boom. The Raisin Shurikens began to collide. Finally, it expands into a miniature version of the real little boy Yang. Breath of the Sun. Sun Escape. Sun Spiral Shuriken. At this moment, Naruto felt the Sun Spiral Shuriken held in his hand. It was as if he had lifted up a real sun, spreading its boundless light and heat to the entire earth. The sewers of the sealed space were originally dim and dark. After having this sun, it also seems to be getting warmer. In a cage. Advertisement. Nine-Tails looked at Naruto standing in the sun. It's like seeing the beginning of the new world. Have you actually harnessed the power of the sun? Naruto. Nine-Tails' face was filled with shock. My heart was stirred up by the power created by Naruto. However, Naruto had to do more than that. He maintained the Sun Spiral Shuriken with one hand and began to deduce the next breathing technique. You combine your understanding of the sun breathing method with your understanding of the sun and the moon, and you have an epiphany. You created the moon breathing technique. Moon breathing technique. A breathing technique created by imagining the brilliance of the moon after being created by Kunoha-Unichi's brother. Naruto took another deep breath, to the extent that the 5 basic breathing methods and the sun breathing method are breathed at the same time. Bless the breathing method of the moon again. Moon, it is an existence that is opposite to the sun. Absorbing the essence of the moon is like absorbing the power of yin. Subsequently, Naruto also released a wind-style spiral shuriken with his second hand. This time, he impressively added the sharpness brought by the breath of the moon to the wind-style spiral shuriken. Yes, the breath of the moon is extremely sharp, like a crescent moon. The next moment, the shape of the spiral shuriken gradually became sharper. It's like several crescent moons, overlapping each other and constantly intertwining with each other in irregular trajectories. Breath of the Moon. Moon Escape. Moon Spiral Shuriken. At this moment, Naruto's left hand held up the Raisin Shuriken that was blessed with the breath of the moon. The right hand holds the Spiral Shuriken that is blessed with the breath of the sun. The most powerful, the most rigid, the most yang, representing the breath of the sun. The most yin, the most soft, the most sharp, represents the breath of the moon. Naruto looked at the 2 identical but completely different Raisin Shurikens in his hands, and a flash of light suddenly flashed in his mind. Advertisement. Now that we have reached this point, why not merge these 2 forces together? Then the next moment, Nine-Tails saw that Naruto began to fuse the terrifying Raisin Shuriken in his hand. Boom boom boom. The intense fusion of chakra and chakra, There were constant roars. It seemed like every second was on the verge of losing control and exploding. But now Naruto relies on his extremely powerful mental state and Ultimate's subtle chakra control. Forcibly controlled the fusion of rays and shuriken, so that they don't explode with each other. Naruto used both palms to force the rays and shuriken together bit by bit. At the same time, the whole breathing method is added to the body to continue exerting force. Just the next moment, Sun Spiral Shuriken and Moon Spiral Shuriken. Finally it comes together. The moment of synthesis. There was a loud noise of boom. The boundless madness suddenly centered on Naruto and swept away in all directions. In the cage, Nine Tails felt this powerful wave. Didn't care, because his eyes at this moment were focused on the brand new power in Naruto's hands. This moment, the Spiral Shuriken in Naruto's hand has been separated from a single attribute. It's like being separated from the mortal world. The fusion of the sun and the moon does not show the characteristics of either side, neither scorching heat nor cool atmosphere, but presents a mysterious color like a colorful Madara, as if there is a huge universe hidden in it. A vast expanse of starry sky. Naruto was in a trance, looking at the brand new Raisin Shuriken he had created in his hand. Even if he observed it with his naked eyes, he could still feel the majestic and mysterious aura coming towards him. Naruto stared straight at the fused Raisin Shuriken. He felt as if his eyes were being sucked into the Spiral Shuriken that contained a starry sky. In that case, it's called Star Spiral Shuriken. Decide on the name. Advertisement. Naruto looked extremely happy. The combination of the power of yin and yang allowed him to create such a new and powerful Spiral Shuriken. Responsible enough, among all the powers he currently possesses, this is the strongest attack move without any blessing. And if it is in a blessed state, just adding a natural energy magic chakra, it can greatly increase the power of the Star Spiral Shuriken. As for everything else, add it all. It's even more unimaginable. At the same time, Nine Tails is also looking at the Star Raisin Shuriken. I feel extremely sure at this moment. If you were hit by the Raisin Shuriken fired by this kid right now, the power contained in it can definitely take care of the tailed beast. Kill the tailed beast with one ninjutsu. This level of terrifying power would make even Nine Tails feel terrified. As the most powerful Nine Tails never thought that one day, he would be frightened by a kid. For Naruto, creating the Star Spiral Shuriken was an unexpected surprise. Full breathing method: wind, thunder, rock, water, fire, sun, moon. The effects of the 7 basic breathing methods. At the same time, blessing his body alone, it greatly enhanced his physical fitness. And with Naruto's powerful control, he even completed the complete concentration of breathing techniques in an instant. That is to say, use the full breathing method to strengthen your body all the time. Then, just after Naruto maintained a state of complete concentration and constant concentration, Naruto suddenly discovered there is a new force emerged. Thank you to 1869xxxx for your monthly vote. The little author continues to ask for a wave of data. Please, flowers, monthly passes, evaluation votes, reminders, anything will do. Mid-Autumn Festival National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th. Chapter 44, Growth Along the Way. Stubborn Nine Tails, asking for flower monthly ticket evaluation votes. Bref chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Madara pattern. People who master the breathing method can activate the power of Madara lines if their level of breathing method is strong enough. For ordinary people to open Madara lines, their body temperature needs to be above 39 degrees and their heartbeat to be 200 times. Once Madara lines are turned on, the body temperature will rise sharply, but accordingly, the physical fitness will be greatly enhanced based on the basic effect of the breathing method. It can be said that human beings with Madara patterns turned on are much better than those without Madara patterns turned on. However, in Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, the only person who has turned on the Madara pattern and lived past the age of 25 is Enishi Tsukuni. Turning on Madara lines is a great test for people's endurance. Only Jigoyuani's qualifications can bear it. But for Naruto, his physical fitness is like that of a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. No need to worry at all. Next moment, as Naruto breathed, a flame-like pattern suddenly appeared on his forehead. As soon as the pattern appeared, Naruto immediately felt his heartbeat become stronger, like the rapid, powerful drum beat on the battlefield. Bang bang bang. Power was like a rushing yellow river, flowing through Naruto's limbs. Naruto immediately used Kagura's observation haki to observe the changes in his body's muscles and inner being. He noticed immediately, my body is undergoing amazing changes. With the blessing of full breathing method and the Madara pattern, his body, from the limbs to every minute cell, it seems that everything is changing for the battle. Armed from head to toe. But then followed. Naruto didn't expect that. The power in his body resonates with each other. Advertisement. The flame-like Madara pattern awakened the hidden sage mode in his body. Suddenly, orange-red eyeshadow appeared in Naruto's eyes, contrasting like the flame patterns on his forehead. Once in sage mode, a large amount of natural energy was absorbed into Naruto's body. The fusion creates the celestial being chakra, strengthening Naruto's physical fitness again. At this moment, Naruto is equivalent to adding full breathing method and the Madara pattern with the blessing of sage mode. Naruto himself had no doubt. Now the power of his punch, how unimaginable it is. I'm afraid it's okay to play as One Punch Man, right? Then, Naruto naturally thought of the transparent world in Demon Slayer, Kaimetsu no Yaiba, that only the top experts can master. The so-called transparent world is a state that can only be glimpsed after trying your best and enduring great pain. When an awakened person uses a transparent world, everything they see can seem to be penetrated. The naked eye can sense things that could not be sensed before. Able to predict the opponent's actions, greatly increases dodge speed. It can also see through the opponent's body. You can see the changes in the meridians in the opponent's body, the ups and downs of the lungs, the flowing blood, and the muscles. Through various detailed changes on the opponent's body, assess your opponent's situation. You have deeply deduced the transparent world in Demon Slayer, Kaimetsu no Yaiba, and combined it with your understanding of perception. You have an epiphany. You created a transparent world. Moment. Naruto felt his eyes change. Everything in the world before our eyes, it's like the real veil has been lifted. But, advertisement. Naruto didn't stop. He directly combined the transparent world with the Kagura Hard-Eye observation haki that he had mastered before. As a result, Naruto created the inner eye with ultimate insight. Perception ability has been greatly improved in an instant. Naruto can now sense all movement within an extreme radius of tens of kilometers. The opponent's location, quantity, strength, and even each person's emotions and inner voice. What's even more terrifying is that you can even foresee the future a few seconds in advance. The most important thing is that after mastering the ultimate mind eye, Naruto feels that he is getting closer and closer to the realm of Daluo Cave. At this moment, Naruto suddenly looked at Nine Tails in the cage on the side, and his eyes instantly swept away. Then, Nine Tails, who had been staring at Naruto, saw Naruto suddenly looking in his direction. Especially, when he and Naruto looked at each other with their sky blue eyes. Nine Tails, who was already shocked, suddenly realized, Naruto's glance seemed to penetrate directly into his soul, as if he could even see his underwear. But soon, Naruto suppressed his piercing eyes. A familiar Nine Tails smile appeared on his face. Nine Tails secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Damn, why is this big brat making me more and more scared? I'm Nine Tails, Nine Tails secretly thought. But now Nine Tails only dares to say these words in his heart. Nine Tails people are dead, the mouth is still tough. Time flies like an arrow, and time flies by. Unknowingly, Naruto and the others were more than halfway through their 6th year at the ninja school. After nearly 6 years of study, advertisement. The ninja school teaches them the basic 3-body technique, basic shuriken and kunai training, intelligence gathering, wilderness survival skills and experience, the history and culture of Konoha village, the moral code of the ninja, and their will of fire. For Naruto himself, 6 years of practice, giving him the power to surpass the strongest ninja in Konoha village, Hokage. Mood and spiritual energy. Beyond the realm, one can almost touch the state of mind of unity between man and nature. A spirit powerful enough to be immune to the Mangekyou ring Sharingan Genjutsu, and the ultimate mind that sees everything. Perceive the opponent's location, quantity, strength, emotion, and voice, and even foresee the future a few seconds in advance. Physical skills. It possesses monster-like physical strength equivalent to that of a tailed beast. Demonstrate the Marine 6 styles that exceed the limits of a human body, the full-level white hits that have been honed with thousands of years of experience, and Flash Goddess Yoruichi's ultimate fighting technique, Shunko, as well as several advanced versions of Shunhuo form. Shunhuo A Thunder Beast Battle Form A Nine Tails Demon Fox Form. Water, wind, thunder, rock, fire, sun and moon are the blessings of the 7 major breathing methods. There is also the magical skill Ryuko Immortal Thief that allows him to stay relaxed and his body continues to grow. As for ninjutsu, wind attribute chakra ultimate nature transformation, fire attribute chakra ultimate nature transformation. All fire-style ninjutsu, Rasengan, Massive Rasengan, Planetary Rasengan, Wind-style Spiral Shuriken, Wind-style Super Jade Spiral Shuriken, Star Spiral Shuriken, Full Sequence Head A Ring, Full Sequence Bakud A Ring. Normalized Sage Mode, Divine Machinery of 100 Refinements to Control Objects, Wukong Technique. Naruto looked at the power he now had. Looking back, I never thought that one day I would become so powerful. However, Naruto felt that this was not enough for the situation that he needed to face in the future. He looked at the 8 magic skills that he valued most. Now he had mastered some of the 8 magic skills, and was ready for some of the 8 magic skills, but there were still 3 8 magic skills that he had not yet touched. Those are Ling Chi Jiang, Shuang Quanshu and Feng Hu Chi Men. Thanks to Boss 1570XXXX for your monthly vote. Woohoo! Please provide me with monthly flower tickets, evaluation votes, rewards, reminders, comments and collections. Mid-Autumn Festival National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th. Chapter 45 Ninja School Graduation. Asking for Flower Monthly Ticket Evaluation Votes. Bref Chapter Next Chapter Advertisement. Uling sent generals. He is the master of the spirit. You can ignore the will of the spirit and force it to obey and use it for your own purposes. A powerful person can have several different spirits at the same time. It can be blessed by the spirit and gain the ability of the spirit in one's body. You can even swallow the service spirit, and by eating the spirit, you can obtain a small part of the permanent strengthening. Both hands modify the soul and control memory with one hand, the other one modifies the body and can flesh bones. Kimen behind the wind. Chi Men's ultimate. He is able to place the central palace at his feet and control all changes in the Kimen Bureau at will. Can even control time and space at the same time, according to the 4-image orientation and the trajectory of one's own travel. Be able to use all the corresponding tricks and skills. Incarnation Spell Machine Gun. These 8 miracles of the third gate are all that Naruto wants to fully master. For this third gate 8 wonders. In Naruto's opinion, the reanimation jutsu may need to first understand the Konoha Forbidden Technique, the spiritualization technique and the reanimation jutsu. These 2 Konoha Forbidden Techniques are both powers that can access the soul level. Maybe we can use this to deduce the spirit of dispatching generals. And both hands. It's like one hand controls the mind and the other controls the body. It's like yin and yang escaping. In Naruto's opinion, with the rate of his current mental and physical growth, coupled with the immortal cultivation techniques created in the future that absorb the power of heaven and earth, maybe you can control both hands by yourself. As for Feng Ukimen, in Naruto's opinion, this is like the 8 trigrams of his ancestors, with endless variations. As long as you understand 8 trigrams, can control all the changing laws of heaven and earth, in order to achieve the control of laws and control the ultimate power of nature. But while Naruto was thinking about the last 8 third gate skills, time flies. Naruto's 6-year ninja school career has finally come to an end. This day, advertisement. It's the last moment of school. Teacher Iuka told Naruto and them. Tomorrow will be the day of their ninja school graduation exam. Tomorrow's exam content is very simple. It will be the 3-body technique that they learned. As long as you perform a qualified 3-body technique, you can graduate successfully. When the time comes to get their own ninja forehead protector, they will become a true Konoha genin. Is it finally here? In his seat, Naruto looked at Iuka leaving the classroom, and then at the classroom that was filled with cheers. He looked out the window again at the scenery. On the playground outside the classroom, some students in lower grades are still practicing shuriken. The breeze blew through the big trees on the playground. The leaves are flying and are making a rustling sound. Under the tree, the swing where Naruto would sit alone was swaying in the wind. This scene is so peaceful and peaceful. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The next day, ninja study graduation exam day. Naruto and the others were still gathering in their classroom. It's exam time. Iuka stood in front of the podium and read the name of a classmate. That person went to the next classroom and performed his basic 3-body technique in front of Iuka and Mizuki. If he passed the 3-body technique, he would graduate successfully and become a real Konoha shinobi. The names of the classmates were read one by one. Successfully passed the graduation examination. They all got their own ninja forehead protector. Shikamaru, Cha Rinji and Hinata also successfully passed the exam and got their own ninja forehead protectors. Same goes for Sasuke. Certainly. The same goes for Naruto now. The standard 3-body technique is perfect. Neither Iuka nor Mizuki had anything to find fault with. It is also because of this that the plot of Mizuki instigating Naruto to steal the sealed book in the original work naturally did not happen. From the current Naruto's perspective, it is simply a miracle that Naruto was able to steal the sealed book in the original work. A ninja who can't hide the chakra, doesn't know the body flicker technique, and is sloppy. He was able to break into the heavily guarded Hokage building, which was surrounded by barriers. Then, advertisement. Take the sealed book from under the eyes of Konoha Village's strongest ninja, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. If the ninjas in other ninja villages knew that the sealed book in Konoha village was so easy to take away, wouldn't the ninjas in other ninja villages have to steal Konoha 800 times a day to satisfy themselves? In the current situation, Naruto speculates that the matter of the sealed book must be Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan again. One is to allow Naruto to acquire ninjutsu and pass the graduation exam. Two is, it is also the most important goal of this plan, which is to infect Naruto through Iuka's decision. Iuka sacrificed his life to block Naruto's fatal attack. Move Naruto, thus completely placing his emotions on Iuka. And Iuka is the most loyal ninja to Konoha. Going to a dark place. Maybe Iuka in the incident also knows the real inside story. From beginning to end, everyone in Konoha was deceiving Uzumaki Naruto. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto from his birth to his graduation from the ninja school is like living in the Truman world. But it's different now. In the original book, the reason why Naruto could never learn the 3-body technique was because Nine-Tails chakra kept interfering with Naruto's normal chakra, causing him to be unable to control the chakra to perform ninjutsu. The current Naruto has reached a consensus with Nine-Tails very early on, and Nine-Tails did not use chakra to interfere with him. But the main reason is, with Nine-Tails, we have witnessed the development of today's Naruto. How dare he use his chakra to cause trouble to Naruto? Wouldn't that be courting death for yourself? And they are good partners. Between partners, you won't hinder each other's progress. You bastards. Certainly, some of Nine-Tails also had to admit it. Part of the reason is, it's because Naruto gave him spiritual food such as comics, novels, fat house water, and potato chips. Hey, come here quickly and stand still. It's your turn to take pictures. Hokage building, rooftop. The old man who was responsible for taking profile photos of the ninja school graduates looked at Naruto, who was looking at the Hokage rock, and said impatiently, He really didn't want to take pictures of Naruto, the demon fox. He also didn't expect that Uzumaki Naruto, the demon fox, could actually graduate from the ninja school smoothly. But there is no way. Taking pictures is his job. Advertisement coming. Naruto responded calmly. He looked away from the rock head of his father, the fourth Hokage. He has long been able to ignore the villagers' ill will towards him. I thought back to the scene just now. This was the first time that he had seen his father in his current position so close. Suppose it was during the Nine Tails Rebellion. If the fourth Hokage couple had not sacrificed, what will it be like after he travels through time now? Naruto didn't know. I didn't continue to care, because important things always be present. Wearing a new black suit, a Konoha shinobi forehead protector is tied to her left shoulder. Naruto, with his golden hair blowing in the breeze and looking high-spirited, stood in front of the camera. Put your hands on your chest. The corners of the mouth are slightly raised to show a confident smile. Crack. Uzumaki Naruto at this moment is frozen in eternity. Then, the old photographer took the photo that was printed immediately and looked at Uzumaki Naruto in the photo. Somehow, it's like being dazzled. In a trance, he seemed to be in Uzumaki Naruto's photo. Meet the fourth Hokage who sacrificed himself to protect Konoha. A Master Namake's Minato. Impossible. How can this demon fox look like Master Fourth Hokage? It's true that even old people are blind. The old man taking the photo immediately shook his head. I cursed myself internally. Thanks to Boss 1540XXXX for your monthly vote. Woohoo. Please give me a monthly evaluation ticket for flowers, a reward, a comment, and a collection. Mid-Autumn Festival National Day Family Feedback. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, September 29th to October 6th. Chapter 46. The Shadow of Fourth Hokage. Taunting Konohamaru. First Order requested. Bref chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hokage building. Naruto took his photo and found the third Hokage. Now, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen holds the ninja registration form with Naruto's photo on it. Looking at Naruto's picture. Do not know why. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto's smile and felt as if he had seen the purpose of Naruto's father. Fourth generation Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little nostalgic in his heart. At the same time thinking about what he did to Naruto. He also felt a little guilty about the Minato couple. But this guilt soon disappeared in the huge benefits of controlling Naruto and driving Naruto to gain. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't regret what he did to Naruto. Everything is for the benefit of their Sarutobi family. Very well, Naruto, from today on, you are a true Konoha shinobi. Keep working hard. You will be able to become a Hokage one day. The third Hokage stamped Naruto's ninja registration form with a smile. Naruto encouraged him verbally. Naruto used his actor-level acting skills again, politely thanked third Hokage for his encouragement, and said that he would continue to work hard and move forward in the direction of becoming a Hokage. But just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Grandpa, let's have a showdown, Konohamaru said confidently, holding a stack of shurikens in his hand. However, the next second, he tripped and fell to the ground due to his own actions. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen watched his grandson Konohamaru appear. I couldn't help but feel speechless. Here comes the troublesome guy. Konohamaru got up after tripping over himself, rubbed his sore forehead, and muttered, "It must be a trap." He looked extremely convinced that he must have been set up by some kind of trap, otherwise he would not have fallen. Immediately afterwards, Konohamaru's tutor ninja Ebisu appears. 200R, are you okay, Master Son? Ebisu looked at Konohamaru in panic. By the way, there is no trap at all. Speaking of this, Ebisu saw clearly the situation in the room. He looked at Naruto opposite Lord Third Hokage. He suddenly said with disdain in his heart, "Humphrey, you are a brat from Nine Tails? I hate this guy the most." A moment. Naruto's ultimate mind noticed Ebisu's inner discrimination against him. To be honest, if the villagers who are not ninjas are controlled and fooled by Konoha senior officials with rumors, this logic still makes sense. But you Ebisu, a ninja from Konoha village, know the inside story. He also knew how important the Jinchuriki, especially the most powerful tailed beast Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was to the village. Yet he would actually discriminate in his heart against a child who knew nothing and was forced to become a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto was very suspicious that all the ninjas in Konoha had been brainwashed into trash by the third generation. Then, right now, Konohamaru looked around the room, excluding his grandfather, third Hokage, and another high-level Konoha consultant, and finally locked the trap on Uzumaki Naruto, the only outsider in the room. "It's you. It must be a trap set by you." Konohamaru rushed to Naruto and asked, "See this?" Naruto felt a flash of disgust in his heart. On the surface, he uses actor-level acting skills to cover up the past. Regarding Konohamaru, the Hokage's grandson, Naruto certainly knew that he was a child and didn't understand anything. But have you ever thought about it? In fact, he just graduated from the ninja school. Also a little kid. These Konoha villagers and Konoha ninjas can treat him with that kind of eyes and that kind of attitude. Naruto had no reason to do anything to repay evil with kindness. He could do the same to this kid from Konohamaru. The most important point is that if children are annoying, they are annoying. There is no such thing as "Hey, forget it, it's just a child. Why bother with a child?" Advertisement. If you encounter someone experiencing this situation, and there are unrelated people, say something like "Why bother with a child?" Naruto's suggestion was to let the person who said these words experience the pain of being tortured by a child. When the time comes, go next to him and tell him what he once said. "Oh, that's just a child. Why would a person of your age care about a child?" Then Naruto was very good at showing off his unexpected abilities due to his young age. He directly carried Konohamaru's clothes, lifted it up. "Hey, you guy, you obviously tripped yourself, but you still have the nerve to question me?" The next moment, Ebisu, Konohamaru's tutor, saw Naruto, the demon fox, and took action. He looked shocked and shouted to Naruto, "Damn it! Uzumaki Naruto, put Master Konohamaru down quickly. He is Lord Hokage's grandson." Naruto heard this. I want to laugh even more inside. "I'm still your grandfather." At this time, Konohamaru, who was lifted up, looked at Naruto with arrogance when he heard these words. The look on his face said, "If you have the guts, just come and hit me. If you heard that I am Hokage's grandson, you won't dare, right?" Konohamaru laughed at Naruto inwardly. However, Naruto didn't indulge Konohamaru's ideas at all. He's not afraid of beating up Konohamaru because of him, and let third generation do anything to him. Because he, Uzumaki Naruto, is also a child who has not grown up yet. There's nothing strange about children fighting. A boom sound. Naruto knocked Konohamaru to the ground with one punch. Now, when Ebisu saw Master Konohamaru, he was knocked to the ground by Naruto, the demon fox, and everyone else was dumbfounded. Behind the desk, third Hokage put his chin in his hands. His expression was speechless. "Oh my god. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar." After easily disposing of Konohamaru, Naruto resigned to the main Hokage. "After registering as a Konoha shinobi, you will have to go to the ninja school in the next 3 days." Naruto and his group of newly graduated freshmen will be assigned to mentor J.A. Ringnin in small classes of 3. Next, guided by Konoha J.A. Ringnin, lead Naruto and his group of graduates to embark on ninja missions. While completing ninja missions, you will gradually grow through these missions and the guidance of J.A. Ringnin. Now, after Naruto resigned to third generation, on the way home to rest, he didn't expect that Konohamaru, who was knocked down by his punch, still found an opportunity to follow him. Poor tracking and hiding skills. Even if you are not a ninja, you can spot them if you pay a little attention. In the original book, Naruto is in the mood to play the Hokage game with Master Son of Konoha. The current Naruto doesn't have that. He ignored Konohamaru and continued home. But just a moment later, at this time, Konohamaru thought he had caught Naruto's opportunity. Suddenly attacked Naruto. Naruto frowned unnoticed. "Move away slightly," He easily dodged Konohamaru's attack. Konohamaru was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect Uzumaki Naruto, the strongest in the Chunin school, to be so powerful. I, Konohamaru, approve of you. As long as I defeat you first, I can defeat my grandfather. Konohamaru issued a real challenge to Naruto. Upon hearing this, Naruto raised his feet and walked past Konohamaru, ignoring what Konohamaru said. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear that? Konohamaru was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he immediately chased after Naruto with a look of disbelief on his face. Advertisement. In the past, no one dared to ignore what he said, even those Konoha shinobi. What is going on with this guy? Naruto continued to ignore it. Konohamaru continued to pester, not 2 or 3 times. Naruto was completely annoyed by Konohamaru. After all, that's what pesky flies are, buzzing around all the time. So the next moment, Naruto looked at Konohamaru, who appeared in front of him again, and punched him without hesitation. Bang! Konohamaru's head, a big red and swollen lump, was punched out directly. Konohamaru was stunned for a moment. Touch the big bag on your head. It seems that he can't believe that Uzumaki Naruto actually dares to hit him like this. Konohamaru groaned and sat down on the ground and cried. It hurts. Naruto glanced at Konohamaru, who was crying. Naruto couldn't help but mocked Konohamaru. You have been so willful to others since you were a child, right? You don't care about the wishes of others in order to achieve the results you want. Do you know that your identity as the grandson of the Hokage that you think you hate is what allows you to be so willful? If you are not the grandson of the Hokage, you are nothing. Konohamaru cried loudly, and heard what Uzumaki Naruto said to him. Suddenly he stopped crying and looked up at Uzumaki Naruto. There was a look in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes that didn't care that he was Hokage's grandson. Konohamaru had never seen such a look before. But if only he had experienced Uzumaki Naruto, everything from infancy to now, he will know. This kind of ignored and uncaring look was only 1/10,000th of what Naruto had ever experienced. From being a baby to now graduating from ninja school, Naruto has endured constant discrimination from thousands of people in Konoha village. As long as he walks onto the street, the villagers passing by will show him visible malicious discrimination. Especially after Naruto mastered the ultimate mind eye, he discovered more and more. The discrimination against him by these villagers has taken root deeply. Nothing can be changed at will. Of course, Naruto has already been able to block these villagers' malicious discrimination. Nor is he always thinking about changing his mind about him one day in the future, like in the original work. Naruto felt that it would be best for these villagers to continue to do so. Otherwise, it will be bad if you become merciful when the time comes. Naruto doesn't believe in repaying kindness with kindness and moves others with his sincerity. What he believes in is, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Revenge must be repaid 100 times. At this time, Konohamaru's tutor Ebisu finally found Master Konohamaru again. Master-son, are you okay? Ebisu quickly helped Konohamaru up from the ground. While brushing off the dust from Konohamaru's clothes, while observing Konohamaru for any injuries, he saw that Konohamaru had a big bump on his head, and there were traces of crying in his eyes. Ebisu immediately became angry. This monster, the fox, dared to beat Konohamaru to tears. It is simply unforgivable. You nine-tails demon fox. How dare you beat Master Konohamaru to tears? Hurry up and apologize to me, Master Konohamaru. Ebisu immediately glared at Uzumaki Naruto. He didn't care what happened in the process, as long as Master Konohamaru was injured. You should apologize to Master Konohamaru. And this is the Nine-Tails brat. It must be his fault. At this moment, Naruto saw the unreasonable Ebisu, although it was indeed him who beat Konohamaru to tears. But sorry, Naruto is also an unreasonable person. Only people with big fists. Hey. Naruto didn't pay attention to Ebisu's words. Advertisement. Instead, he gave Ebisu a cold look. At this glance, for Ebisu, a Konoha shinobi master, it seemed that he had seen some kind of great horror. He instantly felt as if his whole body was soaked in a cold pool. My whole body was cold and trembling, just like the real Nine-Tails demon fox just looked at him. No, no. Ebisu was subconsciously frightened and took a step back, with a frightened and pale look on his face. But wait for him for the next second. When he looked into Uzumaki Naruto's eyes again, the look that frightened him disappeared again. It's like the last moment never happened. Oh 9. Naruto groaned inwardly when he saw Ebisu's reaction. He didn't make any special moves just now, he just used his extremely powerful mental power. Just released a little bit. That's what makes Ebisu, a Konoha shinobi, so scared. To myself now. It doesn't look like the elite JA Ringnin like Kakashi. Konoha shinobi is not that great either. Withdrawing his cold eyes, Naruto no longer paid attention to Ebisu and Konohamaru, turned around and continued home. Ebisu watched Naruto leave. There is still a trace of shock in my heart. He didn't know whether he had really seen it just now, or whether his hallucination was causing chaos. Ebisu's inner emotions fluctuated. 3 days later, Naruto woke up early in the morning. The morning sun shone on Naruto through the window. Naruto suddenly felt that today seemed to be a good day. He got up and washed up, then went to the kitchen to cook himself a delicious meal using his god-level cooking skills. After finishing breakfast, Naruto put on clean black clothes. Organize your ninja bag. Wear the Konoha shinobi forehead protector. Then he went out. Walking on the way to ninja school, Naruto could hear the reactions of the surrounding villagers after seeing the ninja forehead protector on him. That demon fox really graduated from the ninja school. Yeah, I didn't even think about it in 3.3. If this demon fox comes to be a ninja in Konoha, something will happen. I really don't know what Master Third Hokage thought of it. You actually believe in letting the demon fox protect us? Hey, who knows, but I think it would be great if something happened to this demon fox while he was on a mission. He would just die outside and save us ordinary people. I've been scared all day because of this demon fox. Hey, you're right. Ninjas are so dangerous. This demon fox might die outside that day. Haha. I hope this demon fox will meet a powerful enemy soon and be killed by the enemy. Along the way, countless villagers were surprised that Uzumaki Naruto, a demon fox, could become a Konoha shinobi. At the same time, he also began to curse Uzumaki Naruto, the demon fox, if he could die on that day while performing his ninja mission. Naruto clearly heard the ill will everyone had towards him, but he was not overwhelmed by this huge malice. This ruined my mood today. He walked calmly to the ninja school and entered the classroom where he had been at the ninja school for 6 years. In classrooms, basically all the students in the class are here. 2 or 3 people didn't arrive. Also entered the classroom after Naruto. Naruto said hello to Hinata and Shikamaru. Then he sat in his seat. Wait with them for Teacher Iuka to appear. Soon the Teacher Iuka came to the classroom. In his hand he held a list of people waiting to be assigned to small classes. Sit down, students. Iuka motioned to the students to sit down and be quiet. After calming down, he began to continue. The village will assign tasks to you in the future, and you will be a class of 3 and follow the assigned guidance. Under his leadership, Mr. J. A. Ringnin will complete the tasks assigned to you by Ganzi. Assigned tasks. Chapter 47 Class 7 appears. Hatake Kakashi. First order requested. Bref chapter next chapter advertisement. Are 3 people a group? It's just 2 more guys holding back the team. Sasuke crossed his arms and leaned on the table with a grim look on his face. I must be in a group with Sasuke. Haruno Sakura prayed in her heart. Naruto heard this, looked at Sasuke, and then at Haruno Sakura. If there were no accidents, he would still think of the distribution as in the original work. Because, in the original book, Naruto's class had already decided on its future distribution when the class was formed in the 1st grade. Civilian ninjas and civilian ninjas are a group. Naturally, the ninjas are in the same group as the ninjas. For example, the famous Inashika Cha ring in Konoha village, namely Narushikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimaki Cha ring J. Or maybe Hyaga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Abiram Shino are in the same class. Of course, There are also people like little Sakura who succeeded in joining Naruto and Sasuke's team by relying on special luck. Otherwise, a ninja family with no background like little Sakura's family, being able to fight with the son of the fourth Hokage, the strongest tailed beast Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the last remaining members of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village teamed up with each other, it's simply a burst of wealth. This kind of connections alone can guarantee that little Sakura will have a bright future as a real ninja in the future. So the list of classes, it's not up to Iuka, the Chunin teacher at Konoha Shinobi School, to decide. After all, if anyone were to split up the next generation of Inoshika Ring and assign them to different groups, the three great ninja clans of Konoha, Inoshika Ring, I'm afraid I won't tear you into pieces first. At this time, Iuka finally read the list of Class 7. Class 7. Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto ... and Uchiha Sasuke. Upon hearing this allocation arrangement, Yi immediately shouted excitedly, "Okay!" On the side, Yamanaka Ino was envious when she saw that little Sakura could be in the same group as Sasuke. But she had already been mentally prepared. She is a member of Inoshika Ring. It is impossible to be in a group with other people. When Sasuke saw Naruto in the same class as him, he didn't have the reaction of looking down on Naruto as in the original work. Because the current Naruto has had pressure on him for 6 full years, and he has been the second child for 6 years. Certainly. He was also unconvinced. Then the result of being unconvinced is 0-4, challenged twice and was completely defeated by Naruto. However, Sasuke did not give up the challenge to Naruto. In his opinion, if he couldn't even deal with Uzumaki Naruto, how could he kill that man? And now, he can be in the same class as Naruto and have more time every day to observe this competitor up close. Maybe he can seize the opportunity to defeat this guy Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, Naruto didn't know what Sasuke was thinking. If he knew, he would pat Aizu's shoulder and say, "Little brother, if you can deal with me, then you can beat hundreds of Uchiha Itachi." Then Iuka read the list of Class 8. Class 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Abiram Shino. Hinata saw her group coming out and looked at Naruto shyly. She was a little disappointed that she couldn't be in the same group as Naruto. It would be great if she could be in the same group as Naruto. Naruto saw through Hinata's depression, smiled on his face, rubbed Hinata's hair, and comforted, "It's okay, we can still see each other as often as we want. Although I won't be able to see Hinata for a while. But as long as this period of time passes, it will be fine." Now, his strength has been initially prepared. But there is still one last step to take between Naruto and Nine-Tails to reach complete trust in each other. After crossing the door of mutual trust, next, Naruto can continue to accumulate strength while starting to plan for the top management of Konoha headed by the third generation. For Naruto, who endured everything from the beginning to now, just get rid of the top management of Konoha headed by the third Hokage. It was simply a kindness to them. No. Naruto wanted more than just revenge. He also wants those old guys from third generation to come on board, bear everything he goes through. At the same time, in addition to revenge against Konoha, Naruto would like to use this period of time to launch a plan for the entire ninja world. Advertisement. But before all this, must remain patient. Waiting is a magical spice that can make anticipated things even better. After the 8th class, there is the 9th class, but the 9th class is a combination of civilian ninjas, and then to the 10th class. Class 10, Naruto Yamanaka Ino, Uzumaki Ring. Iuka thought, Shikamaru, Ino, and Ring all had such expressions. After all, in their respective families, the three of them are one, Inoshika Ring, which has long been embedded in their hearts. After the allocation arrangements for all students are completed, Iuka finally said, "Okay, we'll be here this morning. I'll introduce your instructor Ring Nin to you in the afternoon." Dismissal now. Noon. Naruto didn't come home. Decided to go to Iyakiraka Ramen for a meal. On the other side, third Hokage and Kakashi met in the apartment where Naruto lived. Does Naruto live here? Kakashi asked as he looked at Naruto's room. Kakashi, who has white hair and a mask covering his face, was surprised to see that the place where Naruto lived was clean and tidy. He didn't expect that the teacher's son seemed to be doing things in an orderly manner, which seemed different from what he had imagined before. The third Hokage nodded. From now on, I can rest assured that Naruto, the boy, is with you. Oh, and the descendant of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Sasuke, both of them will be entrusted to you from now on, third Hokage told Kakashi. Kakashi heard this combination. I felt for no reason that it would be very difficult in the future. Knew, Kakashi said honestly. But he also knew it. This is the important responsibility that the third Hokage places on him. One is the son of his teacher, and the other is a descendant of Uchiha who has the bloodline of Sharingan. After thinking about it, it seems that he, J-A-Ring-Nin, is the only one in the village who has the ability to control this small class. Afternoon. Ninja school classroom. Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura watched helplessly as J-A-Ring-Nin, the instructor of other classes, came to pick them up. Only their teacher, J-A-Ring-Nin, the instructor of class 7, has not appeared for a long time, and they have waited until now. The classroom was empty. Only their 7th class is still waiting. Sasuke and Sakura were both a little anxious. But Naruto, who has watched the plot, knows. Kakashi, it's a miracle if he's not late. So Naruto sat directly on his seat in the classroom, lying down on his side, preparing to take an afternoon nap to replenish his energy. Little Sakura was speechless when she saw Naruto's behavior. Even though she was tired of waiting, but she was also afraid that she would look bad when the instructor J-A-Ring-Nin came. Make a bad first impression on instructor J-A-Ring-Nin. Sasuke saw Naruto doing whatever he wanted. He felt that his behavior of pretending to be cool just now seemed a bit silly, so he might as well go to sleep. Lost again. Sasuke gritted his teeth secretly. Wait and wait. Wait and wait. Finally more than an hour passed. As the instructor of class 7, Mr. J-A-Ring-Nin Kakashi, finally makes his grand appearance. A few seconds before Kakashi appears, Naruto in his sleep detect Kakashi's presence in advance. In the eyes of little Sakura and Sasuke, it was as if Naruto had caught a perfect coincidence and woke up. Oops, I'm so sorry, Konoha J-A-Ring-Nin with white hair and a mask covering his face. Kakashi said to Naruto and the other three with an embarrassed look on his face. The words fell. Finally come. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, Sasuke said inwardly. He was almost impatient. Little Sakura also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. The guide J-A-Ring-Nin finally came. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to wait any longer. Advertisement. Naruto, on the other hand, looked at Kakashi calmly. I mentally looked at this character with the title of 50-50. Wooden Kakashi, disciple of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, a genius ninja who became J-A-Ring-Nin at just 12 years old. Later, Uchiha Bobby-Do's Sharingan was transplanted. Use Sharingan to replicate 1,000 ninjutsu on a battlefield. As a result, he became famous and was known as Copy Ninja and Sharingan Kakashi throughout the world. Observing from Naruto's current ultimate mind's eye, Naruto could tell Kakashi's chakra is not much, but the quality is very good. At the top of J-A-Ring-Nin, even close to the realm of shadow. But the Sharingan he covered with the ninja forehead protector was consuming the chakra in his body all the time, resulting in the need to control chakra very carefully. Otherwise no one will pay attention. It is possible to bottom out your chakra during battle, thereby losing lives. From Naruto's point of view, Sharingan made Kakashi famous and earned him the top title of Copy Ninja. But this also kills Kakashi's original potential. To know, Kakashi's father was Konoha's White Fang, which was so holy that it frightened the enemies during the Great Ninja War. A White Fang knife skill. Everyone is afraid of it. Kakashi originally inherited his father's talent very well, has strong potential to reach the cage level field. But since the transplantation of Sharingan from Zabuto, It was as if a leg had been chopped off. What if Kakashi had not transplanted the Sharingan and had been practicing the sword skills left by his father? Maybe he has already entered the realm of cage-level experts, rather than still being a Konoha Sharingan now. But then again, back then, Konoha's White Fang had the strength of a cage-level strongman, and even Sannin had to give up 3 points, results to the end. Still he was forced to death by the top management of Konoha, by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzei, killed by an old guy who clings to Konoha's power, status and interests. The reason why Kakashi was able to cross safely now may be because he only has the strength of Sharingan. For Konoha that has rotted to the root. Personal strength is too outstanding. If it is too eye-catching, instead, it will usher in a heavy blow from Konoha's top brass. Shoot the first bird. Any tree that is beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. In today's Konoha, it is vividly displayed. With the arrival of Kakashi, Naruto also noticed that several Anbu were watching him and Sasuke around. Finally disappeared. It seems that veteran Nobara from 3rd generation believes in the current Kakashi very much. This also shows that 3rd generation has gradually become more comfortable with him and Sasuke. This is very good. Arrive. It was easy for Naruto to do what he wanted to do in front of Kakashi, or what he wanted to hide. On the rooftop of the building, Kakashi brought Naruto and the 3 of them here, with the open environment. Make a mutual introduction. Well, first let's introduce each other. Kakashi sat on the railing and said to Naruto and the other 3 with a smile. Starting with himself. My name is Hatake Kakashi, and the things I hate and the things I like are kept secret. Dreams seem to be nothing. I seem to have quite a lot of interests. Kakashi finished. Advertisement. Little Sakura couldn't help but complain to Naruto and Sasuke. It turns out we know what his name is. Kakashi ignored him and asked Naruto and the 3 of them to introduce themselves. Let's start from the right, Kakashi said, looking at Haruno Sakura who was sitting opposite him on the right. Haruno Sakura said a little shyly, my name is Haruno Sakura, the thing I like is... No, I should say the person I like is... Should I talk about my dream? Little Sakura talked for a long time without saying anything. She kept looking at Sasuke next to her. Kakashi was speechless when he saw it. When girls reach this age, love seems to be more important than becoming a ninja. Then it's Sasuke's turn. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things, but I don't like much. As for dreams, they are just casual talk. I am not interested. 920 I have my own ambitions. I want to revive the ambitions of the Uchiha clan, and kill that man. Sasuke's eyes were dark, full of murderous intent towards that man. Kakashi secretly thought after seeing this, it really is like this. Finally there was Naruto. Naruto looked at the 3 people present and used actor-level acting skills to once again perform an inspirational self-introduction. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like to eat delicious food, but there are many things I hate. My dream, or rather the goal I must accomplish, is to become the next generation of Hokage. While talking, the confidence in Uzumaki Naruto's eyebrows, Kakashi and the 3 of them shine. This confidence is not acting, but the true expression of Naruto's heart. When little Sakura saw Naruto's appearance, it was as if she was getting to know Uzumaki Naruto for the first time or again. Sasuke was also a little surprised. 6 years later, Naruto still hasn't given up on becoming a Hokage. At this moment, Kakashi saw the confident smile on Naruto's face. He seemed to meet his own teacher, Namikaze Minato. I remember that at that time, the teacher often showed such a bright and confident smile that infected everyone. Teacher a broken bar. This is your son. Kakashi felt nostalgic in his heart. Completed self-introduction. Kakashi immediately announced the next arrangements. The mission will begin tomorrow, and the mission requirement is a Chapter 48 The Power of the Ultimate Mind's Eye. Shocked Kakashi. First order requested. Bref chapter next chapter advertisement. Before they separated, Naruto suddenly thought of something and reminded Sasuke and little Sakura. Oh, by the way, you'd better go after breakfast tomorrow. After saying that, Naruto went home. Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other. I thought Naruto's reminder was a bit strange. But Sasuke quickly thought of Naruto's 2 previous instructions to him. Naruto is not the kind of person who can joke around. Then I still won't listen to Ring Nin tomorrow morning. Have breakfast before going out. See this. Little Sakura naturally followed Sasuke without hesitation. Decided to have breakfast before going out tomorrow morning. A peaceful night passed. The next day, Naruto got up and made himself a nice breakfast. After eating and drinking enough, then he put on his clothes and headed towards the training ground where they were meeting. Similarly, Sasuke and Sakura followed Naruto's reminder and had breakfast before going out. The 3 of them arrived at the gathering training ground. There are open grasslands, dense woods, rivers, and rolling mountains in the distance. But there is no sign of their mentor Ring Nin Sensei, Hatake Kakashi. Naruto and the 3 of them. I waited and waited on the training ground, watching the sun creep up to the top. They still didn't wait for Kakashi. Hateful. What the hell is that, teacher? Little Sakura couldn't help but complain. It's almost noon, and that Ring Nin teacher hasn't come yet. If Naruto hadn't reminded them to have breakfast yesterday, otherwise, they would have been hungry by now, so they would still have the energy to take part in the face test. Sasuke also looked impatient. Why is Konoha's Ring Nin teacher so unreliable? No wonder Naruto reminded them. It seems Naruto already knew the information about this Ring Nin. I know this guy must be a latecomer. Then, just when Sasuke and little Sakura were about to run out of patience, Hatake Kakashi makes a sudden appearance. Finally come, Naruto thought. You're late, teacher. Little Sakura looked at Hatake Kakashi, who appeared, and complained. It's almost noon. You asked us to gather here in the morning. Hatake Kakashi saw this. No guilt. He explained with a smile. Well, I met an old lady on the road who needed help, so I was delayed for some time. Hear Kakashi's explanation. Sakura and Sasuke felt that this teacher Ring Nin was even more unreliable. Then, Kakashi didn't say any more and started the highlight of the day. He took out an alarm clock and set the time to ring at 12 o'clock noon. I have 2 bells here. Before the bell rings at noon, you must grab the bell in my hand. The person who doesn't grab it is not eligible for lunch. And watch me eat lunch. Oh, there's more. The person without the bell will be eliminated because he failed the mission and will be sent back to the ninja school. Kakashi finished. Sasuke and Sakura looked stunned. There are 3 of them. There are only 2 bells representing the completion of the task. It means that one of them must be sent back to the ninja school. When Kakashi said this, he suddenly put on a serious expression. It doesn't matter if you use shuriken. If you don't have the determination to kill me, you won't be able to grab the bell. Little Sakura suddenly became nervous when she heard this. But isn't that too dangerous? She said hurriedly. Shurikens can kill people. On the contrary. Sasuke heard this. His expression became serious. If you can't even grab a broken bell, why talk about killing that man? How about reviving the ambitions of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke's energy surged immediately. Kakashi noticed this and sighed in his heart. He is indeed a genius descendant of the Uchiha family. Based on his judgment of ninjas, although Sasuke is young and immature, he at least looks like a ninja. On the contrary, little Sakura is a girl. Instead, I focused on Sasuke. Advertisement. Are you in love? Kakashi thought to himself. But he quickly looked over to Naruto, who was standing next to Sasuke. He is also the only son left by his teacher, the 4th Hokage. Kakashi suddenly realized that Naruto had been very calm from the beginning until now when he heard what he said. First in 6 years. Is there a more talented ninja than Uchiha Sasuke? Then, Kakashi looked at Sakura, who was the only one who expressed concern, shook his head, and then said seriously, Sakura-chan, you are a ninja now. Ninja is not a house game you played as a kid. If you feel scared, it's better to quit early. The words fell. Little Sakura couldn't help being stunned when she heard this. Yes, they are already ninjas. Even if there is a possibility that one of them will be eliminated later. But now they have received the Konoha Shinobi Forehead Protector for real ninjas. Moreover, if she wants to get Sasuke, she can't back down here. She must follow Sasuke closely. Otherwise she is afraid that if she falls one step behind, Sasuke will disappear. Yoshi, teacher. I see. Little Sakura suddenly felt a fighting spirit and bowed to Kakashi and thanked him. Kakashi was stunned when he saw it. Unexpectedly, a few simple words actually inspired Xiao to fight. Could it be that I am a genius as a teacher? Kakashi couldn't help but thought. Then, stop gossiping. In that case, exercise. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. Start. Kakashi finished speaking. Sasuke and Little Sakura show the qualities of outstanding graduates of the ninja school. For the first time, distance yourself from Kakashi-sensei, who has an unequal strength gap. Hide. Sasuke is hiding in the canopy. Little Sakura is hiding in the grass. They all decided unanimously. Try to observe Mr. Kakashi first, then decide what to do. Finally perform the action. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and Little Sakura who had disappeared. Watch where they hide. Certainly. Judging from J-A-Ringnin's experience and perception, Nkasi discovered the two of them immediately and naturally. But if we judge by Genin's level, as a ninja, hiding your figure and aura is the most basic thing. Everyone did a great job. Kakashi nodded internally. However, Kakashi, Sasuke and Little Sakura didn't even think of it. Naruto just stood there. He had no intention of covering up his figure. Kakashi couldn't help but be startled. His sexual thoughts just now made him almost ignore Naruto. Since Naruto's grades in school are better than Sasuke's, he naturally knows what Sasuke and Little Sakura do. Why don't you hide yourself? Is it confidence or conceited? Kakashi said in his heart. I think it's interesting. Naruto, do you want to face off? Kakashi asked Naruto. Naruto raised the corners of his mouth slightly, nodded, and said, yes, Mr. Kakashi. In the canopy of the trees, Sasuke looked at Naruto, unable to understand what Naruto was planning at this moment. That Naruto guy, even if he knows that this J-A-Ringnin is unreliable, he should still understand J-A-Ringnin's strength, right? In the grass, Little Sakura couldn't understand Naruto's behavior. Since the current Naruto is not the original Naruto, he is not stalking Sakura. In the eyes of Little Sakura, Naruto has always been a very powerful person, putting her Sasuke's below him. But this behavior in front of me, Little Sakura really can't understand. When Kakashi heard this, he showed an interesting smile under his mask. One of the insights from ninja fighting, the key to physical skills. Let me teach you well, Kakashi said as he prepared to take out the ninja tool bag he carried with him. See this? The corner of Naruto's mouth curled up. Next moment, advertisement. His feet suddenly shot up. The whole person, like a black lightning, was shot in the direction of Kakashi. Call out. Kakashi was suddenly startled, so fast. He thought to himself, reflexively wanting to launch a defense. But Naruto's sheer physical prowess at this moment, his speed was astonishing. So much so, Kakashi, who was already a little slow and unprepared, no reaction. Bang! Naruto kicked Kakashi's hand that was holding the kissing paradise. Bring Kakashi's intimacy to heaven. Kick into the air. Then it fell to the ground. The pages of the book were blown by the wind, making a rustling sound. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. Naruto kept kicking his legs proudly, and Kakashi stared blankly at Naruto in front of him. He couldn't believe it, the speed at which Naruto came up. So scary. At this time, an unbearable pain instantly came from the area where he was kicked. Such great power. Why does it feel scarier than Tsunade-sama's strange power? Is it the power of 9 tails? Kakashi was shocked inside. Same. Neither Sasuke nor Sakura expected it. Naruto succeeded as soon as he came up. Kakashi-sensei. One of the tips for ninja fighting is, don't get distracted during the battle. Naruto used the same tone as Kakashi just now, returned Kakashi. Kakashi smiled on his face. Hear the words. Kakashi suddenly felt that there was an indescribable sharpness from Naruto coming at you. It's like an unsheathed sword. No one can erase the edge of this magical weapon. Is this the teacher's son? Kakashi was shocked inside. At the same time, Hokage building. While testing Naruto and his 7th class, 3rd generation, as an old voyeur, naturally, I won't miss today's opportunity. Get out the crystal ball and watch Kakashi test Naruto and their 7th team. Then, unexpectedly, Naruto kicked Kakashi's book away as soon as he came up to know. Kakashi usually likes that book very much, unless it's true. Not expected. Otherwise, Kakashi wouldn't let that book fall to the ground. Third generation was also surprised by Naruto's level of performance, and Kakashi at this time saw Naruto's strength. Kakashi also lost his game and relaxed mentality. It seems that I have been taught a lesson, teacher, Kakashi said with a distressed expression. Then, Kakashi showed a serious expression and said, in that case, then I will get serious. The words fell in Kakashi's eyes. Suddenly a cold light flashed through. He uses the body flicker technique directly without any moral ethics. Suddenly appeared on Naruto. Then, Kakashi folded his hands, except for his 2 index fingers, which flashed a dangerous red light. One of the ninja battle experiences. You can't leave your back to the enemy. In the tree canopy and among the grass, Sasuke and little Sakura saw Kakashi's hand seal pose. I thought it was the seal of fire style. No way. You actually want to use fire style to deal with Naruto? That's too much of a cheat. The two of them thought to themselves, but I didn't expect it. Kakashi continued. The secret of Konoha Shinobi technique. The secret of physical skills. Advertisement. 1,000 years of death. Kakashi kills Naruto's skin swallow in 1,000 years of death. But the next moment, Kakashi discovered that the Naruto in front of him burst out with a white smoke, but it was just an incorporeal clone. When Kakashi was shocked again, he didn't expect Naruto's clone technique to escape his eyes. Little Sakura, Sasuke, and the peeping third generation also didn't expect that Naruto would react so quickly. At the same time, they didn't even expect it. The real Naruto, he is behind Kakashi at the moment. Teacher, you are not authentic. Naruto shook his head and said, looking at Kakashi who had his back turned to him. To be honest, he can also use Konoha Taijutsu secret 1,000 years of death now. But thinking about it, 1,000 years of death has to use his own fingers to attack other people's skin swallows, so he thinks it's better to forget it. Hearing Naruto's voice behind him, Kakashi was suddenly shocked. Turn around. He saw Naruto who looked disappointed with him. Kakashi somehow felt ashamed for having just used 1,000 years of death on Naruto. Sorry. Kakashi scratched his head and said. But next, sorry. The next moment, Kakashi once again acted without martial ethics and seized the opportunity to attack Naruto when he was unresponsive. Swish, swish, swish. Kakashi's set of Konoha Taijutsu, extremely smooth. After all, he is also a lifelong opponent recognized as the strongest in Konoha's physical skills by Konoha's proud blue beast. But this set of taijutsu is for Naruto. Mao is useless. In the eyes of Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and third generation. They were surprised to see it. Naruto did nothing. No fighting back, no blocking. He even had his hands in the pockets of his coat. Just dodged all Zauda's attacks, just like a leaf falling from a tree. It swings with the breeze, so coordinated and natural. With Naruto's current ultimate mentality, not only is he able to predict his opponent's further actions, can even predict the future seconds into the future. Kakashi's attack, everything has been seen through his mind. At this moment, Kakashi seemed to be attacking an opponent who was slippery and unable to catch him. All attacks failed. Seems like such an understatement. Little Sakura and Sasuke watched Naruto's perfect dodge. Everyone is stupid. Third generation isn't much better. He didn't expect that Naruto could dodge all Kakashi's attacks. At this moment, Naruto, who had his hands in his pockets, looked at Kakashi who kept attacking him, and even said lightly, Teacher Kakashi, your speed is too slow, please speed up a little bit. Hear the words. Kakashi suddenly became angry. The teacher's son, this little devil, why are you so irritating? Kakashi couldn't believe it. His attack speed is in the A's of Naruto, a brat. It actually feels very slow. That being the case, Kakashi directly used Shadow Clone technique. Create two selves. The three then attacked Naruto together. Immediately afterwards, Sasuke, Sakura and the third generation saw an even more shocking scene. Three Kakashi surrounded Naruto. Keep attacking. Naruto, who was surrounded, seemed to be crossing the road in the early morning. Every time I can seize the time that is almost the last gap, avoid any Kakashi's attacks. A series of attacks came down, not even Kakashi's fingers grabbed a piece of Naruto's shirt. Kakashi became more and more shocked as he beat him. Naruto's reaction speed and movements were as cold as a Sharingan. Saw through his attack trajectory, thus easily avoided. Thanks to SWZ, 1885, 1767, 1668, 1392, 1771, 1861 for your monthly votes. Chapter 49 The Divine Mechanics 100 Refined Royal Object. Beat up Kakashi. First Order requested. Bref chapter next chapter advertisement. But, of course Naruto didn't have a Sharingan. So, is it the power of Nine Tails? Does Nine Tails have this power of predicting opponents' attacks? Or maybe it's Naruto's own power? The power of the Uzumaki clan? And even if Naruto has a Sharingan, but this kid's dodge skills cannot be mastered by just practicing. This is in Kakashi's eyes. It takes at least decades of physical training and combat experience to achieve this level of dodge ability. Otherwise, it is useless to have the ability to see through other people's attack trajectories, and the body cannot follow the actions of one's own eyes. Kakashi kept thinking in his mind, trying to find the right answer for Naruto to avoid his attack. But he couldn't figure it out. Where does Naruto's power come from? And this time Naruto looked at Kakashi. I also felt that it was time to take action myself. Teacher, you can't do it anymore. Naruto smiled at Kakashi. Then it's my turn to take action. While talking, Kakashi was immediately alert. Since Naruto has good skills to avoid his attacks, so what will his attack be like? The next moment, Naruto, who had been dodging like a thunderstorm on a sunny day, used his dodging posture at this time to take your hands out of your pockets. Holding one hand on the ground, suddenly spin. Both feet drew a beautiful trajectory in midair. Bang bang bang. Naruto did a lower body spinning kick, directly kicking three Kakashi away at the same time. Two of the Kakashi suddenly erupted into white smoke and disappeared. The real Kakashi, at this moment, an incredible thought flashed in his mind. Naruto's speed is too fast. The speed of the shot, it seems even more exaggerated than Guy. Most importantly, the force of this ghost's attack was too outrageous. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a burst of pain in the area where he was kicked. Same. Little Sakura and Sasuke, as well as the peeping third generation, didn't expect it. Naruto didn't take any action, and he kicked three Kakashi away. However, after Naruto kicked Kakashi away, without giving Kakashi time to react, his hand supporting the ground suddenly exerted force. The whole person's posture is like a flying fish. Leap high into the sky, straighten your stance. Then he raised his leg and slashed hard at Kakashi. Bang! Kakashi's whole body suddenly hit the ground, making a huge pit like a spider web in the ground. Amazing! Little Sakura was almost dumbfounded when she saw Naruto's clean attack. Even Konoha J-Ring-Nin seems to be no match for Naruto now. Sasuke looked at Naruto showing a new posture in the air, and his fighting spirit was even more intense. But Kakashi in the pit suddenly burst into white smoke. It turned into a wooden stake of body replacement technique. See this. At this time, Naruto landed lightly on his feet and let out an interesting snort. It was indeed a 50-50 headache. Kakashi was able to survive his attack just now, perform the body replacement technique. All I can say is that it is headache Kakashi. It was also when Naruto landed. Kakashi's hand suddenly burst out of the ground. Earth-style heart beheading technique. Kakashi's voice reached Naruto's ears, and he grabbed Naruto's ankles, preparing to pull Naruto into the earth and use the power of the earth to trap Naruto. But after Kakashi's hand grabbed Naruto's ankle, Naruto couldn't be pulled back. What? Kakashi was surprised. Naruto is like a stone statue. extremely heavy and cannot be pulled by one person. Little Sakura and Sasuke, and third generation, they all saw this embarrassing scene. Third generation looked surprised. With Kakashi's Earth-style accomplishments, it was impossible for such a small mistake to happen. But what third generation and Kakashi didn't know was that the chakra released under Naruto's feet disturbed Tendon. Plus, his personal physical prowess far exceeds that of Kakashi. Advertisement. It's like asking Kakashi to pull a mountain by himself. There was no way he could do it. Come out, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto looked down at the hand on his feet and smiled. Then the other one stamped hard on the ground. Huge power poured into the ground. Boom. A loud bang. The entire ground beneath Naruto's feet surged. A large amount of soil flew into the air, and the figure of Hatake Kakashi happened to be mixed in it. But then Naruto noticed. This Kakashi is not the real Kakashi either. There was a burst of white smoke. Disappear. Another clone. Just as Naruto was thinking secretly, Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared behind Naruto and took action quickly. You've been hit. Uncute little devil. Kakashi snorted inwardly. Judging from Naruto's current situation, there was no chance he could escape. Little Sakura and Sasuke noticed Kakashi-sensei's moves at this moment, and they couldn't help but worry about Naruto. However, Kakashi's move immediately missed. Naruto, who was turning his back, seemed to have his eyes open behind his back. He dodged the attack with a slight turn of his head. Kakashi's pupils shrank when he saw this, and he launched a second attack unbelievingly, but was still dodged. Then the third time. Then the fourth time. All of them were dodged by Naruto, who was turning his back. Impossible. Kakashi couldn't figure out how Naruto, who had his back turned, managed to dodge without even looking. The third generation, who was peeping in secret, couldn't help but be surprised. Even with his back turned, he can easily dodge the attacks of Kakashi, a J-A-ring-nin. In the eyes of third generation at this moment, Naruto's perception ability is a bit too outrageous. Naruto did not continue to let Kakashi attack. Turn around and attack Kakashi with a front fist. Kakashi reacted when he saw this. Block with both arms. Naruto took a few steps back. See the situation. Naruto was merciless. He stepped forward, followed up with a right whip kick, and swept Kakashi's left shoulder. Kakashi noticed Naruto's attack line, turned his left hand to push Naruto's right leg away, and punched Naruto with his right hand. Naruto sensed the trajectory of the fist, and immediately crouched down to avoid the incoming fist, and followed the trend with an uppercut to Kakashi's chin. Bang! Kakashi was kicked up again, but he endured the pain, turning around in midair, used both legs to attack Naruto. Bang bang bang. Kakashi attacked Naruto one after another with kick after kick. Naruto turned his hands into palms and kept pushing away Kakashi's kicks. For a time, the two of them showed off their physical skills to the fullest. You punched and I kicked. Bang bang bang. The sound of fists and feet clashing was endless. Kakashi and Naruto fight each other. The more I felt Naruto's skills and experience were terrifying. Like a 1,000-year-old deep pool, it hides endless secrets. On the top of the tree, in the grass, Sasuke and little Sakura were watching the dazzling and wonderful physical showdown between Kakashi and Naruto. Both of them couldn't help but be in a trance, forgetting that they were also among the people participating in this test. But let's be honest, with the level shown by Naruto and Kakashi at this time, it is simply not a battle that Sasuke and Sakura-chan can intervene in right now. Secretly, the old peeping Tom third generation also did not expect that Naruto's taijutsu could rival Kakashi's. At this time, Kakashi was cornered by Naruto. Taking advantage of the situation, he took out his kunai, attacking Naruto. See this? Naruto raised the corner of his mouth. The confidence in his expression was beyond words, and he took out a kunai. Then, taijutsu has changed from pure taijutsu to kunai hand-to-hand combat. Zing zing zing. The kunai rubbed against each other and made a harsh metallic sound. Sparks burst out again. The next moment, Kakashi took out his shuriken and threw it at Naruto. Naruto also took out his shuriken and threw it at Kakashi, completely neutralizing the incoming shuriken. Ding ding ding. The shurikens collided with each other in midair, splashing out sparks. Advertisement then landed. The surprise in Kakashi's eyes became more and more intense at this moment. Not only is he very skilled in taijutsu, but he is also extremely skilled in shuriken and kunai, unlike Genin at all. Also at this time, shuriken ... A broken bar. Kakashi-sensei, let me show you a real shuriken. Naruto smiled. He took out a seal scroll from his ninja tool bag. Kakashi raised his eyebrows at this, curious about what the real shuriken that Naruto was talking about was. Then Naruto unlocked the seal scroll. A bang sound. A large amount of white smoke exploded around Naruto. Shuriken and kunai, like a flock of thousands of birds, all appeared together, densely packed and shining. What? Kakashi is shocked. The number of ninja tools is too much. Sasuke and Sakura were equally surprised. Where did Naruto get so many ninja tools? And how did he plan to use so many ninja tools? The third generation also looked surprised. The corners of Naruto's mouth raised slightly. He said calmly, "The magical machine that has been refined for hundreds of years to control things." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto suddenly lowered his right hand. Following Naruto's order, a large number of kunai and shurikens that were sealed were released and immediately attacked Kakashi. Boom! A large number of shurikens and kunai gathered into a dense attack. Inescapable. Kakashi felt like an overwhelming force of ninja tools. Nima people are almost stupid. Is this Genin who just graduated from ninja school? Kakashi was shocked by the power of Naruto's move. But what he didn't know was that this was still a weakened version. Of course, Naruto would not use power beyond comprehension in this situation. He just referred to the Tyrant Tanshin's ninja tactics, who was also Xioqiang. I simulated it a little bit with the Divine Machine's 100 refined royal object. This move can be achieved as long as you have a lot of ninja tools. But the shocking effect is not weak at all, and the power is also not weak at all. Next moment, it was like countless shurikens and kunai swallowed Kakashi. On the ground where Kakashi stood, small craters were blasted one after another, turning the ground into a mess. At the same time, a large cloud of smoke and dust was set off. Did you succeed? On the treetop, Sasuke said in his heart, eager to know the result. In the grass, the same goes for little Sakura. But not as they hoped. 3 kunais, one after another. Swish, swish, the smoke broke out and headed towards Naruto's direction at great speed. Naruto took out a kunai. He rotated the ring of kunai with his fingers, held the kunai in his backhand, ding ding ding, and shot down the 3 kunai. Just when Naruto shot down the kunai, Kakashi's figure, I don't know when the smoke has already left, appeared behind Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he moved sharply, backhand to attack, and the kunai hit Kakashi's chest. Sasuke and little Sakura were both shocked, although Kakashi did let them start the exercise with the belief of killing him before starting. But this does not mean that Kakashi must be killed. But soon, Kakashi, who had the kunai inserted into his body, exploded into white smoke and disappeared. At the same time, the 3 kunai that just fell to the ground, white smoke exploded instantly. Transform into 3 Kakashi. Then, 3 Kakashi seized the opportunity before Naruto could turn around, use a full set of Konoha taijutsu on Naruto. However, this was the first punch that hit Naruto. Kakashi realized, Naruto's body was so hard, like pure steel, it was impossible to break through his defense. What is this? Kakashi punched Naruto. Naruto, on the other hand, remained motionless. Advertisement. Kakashi felt instead, the fist he made suddenly felt a counter-shock force, causing his arm to swell and ache slightly. Sasuke, little Sakura, and the peeping Tom 3rd generation were also stunned when they saw this. Then, Naruto turned his head and looked at Kakashi calmly in front of him, with a slight smile on his lips. Excuse me, forgot to say, my body is very strong. In terms of Naruto today, with the continuous strengthening of Luku Immortal Thief, full breathing technique, full level white hits, immortal technique chakra, etc. Just talking about pure physical fitness and strength, already called inhuman. Finish this sentence. Naruto once again had a smooth meal with full white hits. The fight left Kakashi in a panic, and this was the result of Naruto's complete lack of seriousness. Of course, Kakashi didn't use his Sharingan, his best lightning-style ninjutsu, etc. It's just a test after all. Kakashi never thought of using powerful ninjutsu to bully Naruto and the other 3 recently graduated genin. But also because of this idea. Let Kakashi meet Naruto, it's simply a case of old sin. After one set comes down, Naruto stood aside calmly, and Kakashi stood aside panting, with sweat on his forehead. Kakashi already felt it at this time, the parts of your body that were hit. There was a constant feeling of swelling and pain. Damn little devil. Why is the strength of the fist so outrageous, so unlovable? When he goes back this time, he will probably have to recuperate for several days before he can fully recover. Kakashi felt uncomfortable and aggrieved. But as the teacher of Naruto and his 7th class, he couldn't express his true thoughts. Even after being beaten up by Naruto, Kakashi still had to remain calm and look like nothing happened. But also at this time, Naruto suddenly smiled at Kakashi and said, "Kakashi-sensei, it's time for the exercise to end." When Kakashi heard this, he suddenly thought of something. He was shocked and realized the bell on his waist. It hasn't sounded in a while. At this time, Kakashi looked up sharply at Naruto again. I saw Naruto hooking his 2 bells with one finger, make a tinkling sound. See this? Under the mask, Kakashi had to smile bitterly. Chapter 50 Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Layout begins. First order requested. Bref chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kakashi looked at the current situation of Naruto and the 3 of them. A playful smile appeared under the mask. So, Naruto, you have 2 bells. Sasuke and Sakura-chan don't have one. It seems that we are sending the 2 of them back to school to continue their studies. The words fell. Both Sasuke and Sakura were unwilling to give in. The expression is complex. If they lost to Mr. Kakashi in the battle, they could still accept the fact that they were eliminated. However, because they were too shocked by the battle between Naruto and Kakashi-sensei, they forgot that they should also join in the battle, resulting in not grabbing the bell and being eliminated. Although they understood this truth. But no matter how you think about it, you may not be reconciled to it. At this moment, Naruto heard this and smiled at Kakashi. He said, "No, Mr. Kakashi, our 7th class must pass the test together." Oh? Kakashi was curious as to what else Naruto could do under such conditions. When Sasuke and Sakura heard these words, they couldn't help but look at Naruto next to them. Same. The old voyeur 3rd generation is also confused. Then, under the watchful eyes of several of them, Naruto grabbed the bell, then squeezed hard. The bell turned into nothingness in Naruto's hands. Naruto unfolded the bell with only fragments left. He smiled and said to Kakashi, "Bell? Where is the bell? I haven't seen any bells from the beginning." "On the contrary, you lost just now, Mr. Kakashi." The words fell. Sasuke and Sakura were stunned. They didn't expect it. This guy Naruto, he actually responded to Mr. Kakashi's problem in such a simple, crude and unreasonable way. But will Mr. Kakashi agree with this method? Kakashi saw Naruto's surprise. My heart couldn't help but be touched. But he wasn't about to let Naruto go just yet. Although this method is messy, it still passes the test. But the reason why Kakashi asked Team 7 to conduct this exercise test was, the main purpose has not been achieved yet. "Naruto, you are surprising." Kakashi admits this. "But this is not a passing test," Kakashi said with a smile, extending his index finger to make a left-right gesture. Naruto heard this. His expression remained unchanged, as if he had seen through Kakashi's inner thoughts. He smiled and said, "Miss Kakashi, the purpose of this test from the beginning was to test our teamwork." Naruto said this. Kakashi was a little surprised. Naruto saw through it from the beginning. Naruto continued, "We have 3 people, but only 2 bells. On the surface, it seems that one of us is destined to be eliminated. But since the school has arranged for the 3 of us to be in the 7th class, it shows that all 3 of them are indispensable. Either we move forward together or we retreat together. Ninjas must be calm, and cautious, with the primary goal of completing the task and execute it unswervingly. A ninja who violates this iron law is a loser. But those who sacrifice, abandon, and ignore their comrades in order to complete their mission are worse than trash. Naruto said this with actor-level acting skills. He showed a shy smile appropriately. But the battle with the teacher just now was because I was so excited to see you J-A-ring-nin. The teacher. I want to know how far apart I am from J-A-ring-nin now. I was wrong, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto decisively admitted the mistake of fighting alone just now. As soon as these words came out, neither Sasuke nor Sakura expected it. Naruto, before this test started, you have already seen through the real purpose of testing them. Turn out to be the reason for having two bells is to test their team spirit. And Kakashi, seeing Naruto analyze rationally, told him the true purpose of the test. Advertisement. He felt as if he had seen his teacher, the fourth Hokage, in his heart. Naruto's confident look was like that of the fourth Hokage who shone brightly on the battlefield. Kakashi couldn't help feeling a little emotional. I really miss it. The old voyeur, third generation, saw Naruto's analysis and his views on his companions. Third generation is very satisfied with the current Naruto. He felt that Naruto had a true will of fire and became a ninja loyal to Konoha. Think of this. Third generation put away the crystal ball. No need to look at what happens next. This side, on the training ground, Kakashi looked at Naruto, shook his head and sighed. Oh, there's really nothing you can do against brats of your age. You actually saw my purpose from the beginning. In that case, I'll just let you pass. See this? Naruto immediately expressed his thanks. Little Sakura then became excited. Okay. Sasuke still felt a little unwilling. Damn it. I've actually become the one holding you back. Since you passed the test. Naruto just pushed further, said to Kakashi, Mr. Kakashi, you see we passed the test, can you teach me how to learn the shadow clone technique you just performed? Kakashi was stunned. Shadow clone technique, he could teach it directly to Naruto. But thinking about Naruto's situation, he felt that he still had to ask Master Third Hokage for advice before making a decision. As a person with Sharingan, questions about contacting Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, you must be careful and careful what to do. It's best to report to the Third Hokage. Kakashi scratched his head and said to Naruto, I can't give you an answer to this yet. I'll tell you in a few days. Naruto nodded in understanding. He also probably thought that Kakashi needed to go back and ask for instructions from the old guy. As long as it involves his Nine-Tails Jinchuriki matter, all must be approved by the third generation boss. When Sasuke saw Naruto asking for ninjutsu, he didn't feel anything. After all, the Uchiha clan had ninjutsu. Even the guys from the third Hokage and Konoha's top brass, I thought he didn't know anything. On the grounds of his young age, he took away most of the Uchiha clan's property, ninjutsu scrolls, and secrets. Sasuke still found some ninjutsu scrolls sent to him at home. Little Sakura was born into a civilian ninja family and didn't have many ninjutsu scrolls. She also wanted to learn ninjutsu from teacher Kakashi, but she thought about her own performance just now and Naruto's shockingly outstanding performance just now. Little Sakura was too embarrassed to speak up. After the test is over, Kakashi asked Naruto and the 7th team to disband on their own. I gave them half a day off today. Kakashi came to the Hokage office in the Hokage building alone. Report to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, 3rd generation veteran Den has already used a crystal ball to peek in advance. He already has an understanding of the content of the report. But the back one. Naruto, do you want to learn the shadow clone technique? 3rd generation said to himself, smashing the reddish pipe and blowing out a wisp of white smoke from his mouth. He thought for a while, thinking about Naruto's physique as a member of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Uzumaki clan. He has the conditions for a huge chakra. That being the case, he broken bar. Give Naruto the multiple shadow clone technique. 3rd generation nodded in agreement. Multiple shadow clone technique? Kakashi was startled. Isn't this the forbidden technique in the sealed book? Is it really okay to leave it to Naruto? But Kakashi quickly thought that Naruto had the physique of his master's mother. the Uzumaki clan, and the Nine Tails chakra. His future chakra amount, it's not comparable to ordinary ninjas at all. The reason why the multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique is that it requires the user to have a huge amount of chakra. Otherwise, performing it will only drain the chakra from the user's body. The original factory lost combat history instantly. It may even endanger the user's life. But for Naruto, it is indeed a jutsu that suits Naruto very well. Advertisement. I see. Kakashi nodded. In the following days, Kakashi took Naruto and the 7th team to start the mission, but it is a task that allows their current rookie Team 7 to perform. They are all D-level trivial tasks, from cleaning the neighbor's aunt, clearing the sewer, and catching the missing kitten for the daimyo's wife, and so on. It was very tiring for both Sasuke and Sakura. They never expected that the joy of becoming a ninja would disappear in this pile of D-level tasks. Picking up trash, catching a kitten. It turns out that this is the real life of a ninja. Naruto didn't care. These daily tasks can be completed easily. What he was thinking about was, when did that old guy from 3rd generation agree to Kakashi teach him Shadow Clone? On this very day, after completing the day's tasks. Evening. Before disbandment, Kakashi called Naruto to a halt. Then he took out a ninjutsu scroll from his ninja tool bag. Give. This is the multiple shadow clone technique specially given to you by Lord 3rd Hokage, Kakashi said, after reading it on the spot. I wrote it down on the spot and destroyed it on the spot. Naruto was stunned. That old guy from 3rd generation could actually explode gold coins? But he didn't think much about it. Even if 3rd generation doesn't give him multiple shadow clone, he can still derive multiple shadow clone from shadow clone technique. Naruto took the scroll. Start learning right where you are. Next to them, Sasuke and little Sakura were curious, but they also knew the rules and did not peek or disturb. A few minutes later, Naruto memorized it all with his powerful memory. Then returned the scroll to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I've finished reading. Kakashi took the scroll and wrote it down so quickly. He said, are you sure? If I destroy it, it will be very troublesome to ask Master Hokage for it again. Naruto nodded. Because 8 you have learned multiple shadow clone techniques in depth. 8 you have an epiphany. 8 you have understood the perfect multiple shadow clone technique. 8 perfect multiple shadow clone technique. 8 When you cast multiple shadow clone techniques, the chakra required is greatly reduced, greatly improving the efficiency. Please give me flowers. Greatly simplifying complex hand seal gestures. Naruto, with his heaven-defying understanding, a moment more than just mastering multiple shadow clone techniques. It also elevates the realm of multiple shadow clone technique to perfection. Equivalently, someone else needs to spend 10% of their own carpool to cast a shadow clone. Naruto may only need 1%, or even far less than 1%. Moreover, Naruto's chakra is not as huge as ordinary ninjas can compare to. Thus, the maximum number of shadow clone Naruto can create unimaginable. But Naruto didn't stop. He felt that the multiple shadow clone technique still had a slight flaw. So he began to deduce. Based on the perfect multiple shadow clone technique you have mastered, combined with all your understanding so far, 8 you have an epiphany. 8 you created a magical clone. 8 supernatural clone. 8 The clone you created will not disappear if it is damaged, it will only disappear if it receives fatal damage. Naruto saw the effects of the supernatural clone. Very satisfied. Although shadow clone has an entity, it will transfer its experience and memory back to itself after disappearing. But there is a disadvantage. It will disappear after receiving a slight blow. For example, if you want to send a shadow clone to do something far away, it will be attacked and disappear. Want to continue to accomplish what you are doing? A new shadow clone must be created and sent over. Advertisement. Back and forth on the way. Too much time wasted. As for the magical clone, in addition to having the advantages of shadow clone, it also makes up for the shortcomings of shadow clone. Only fatal damage will cause the clone to disappear. For Naruto now, even if the shadow clone's strength is less than 3/10 of himself, he still has a way to save his life. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about the safety of the shadow clone and can directly send out his magical clones to do things. But the next moment, under the watchful eyes of Kakashi, Sasuke and little Sakura, Naruto refined the chakra, quickly followed the original seals with his hands, and cast multiple shadow clone techniques. He just wanted to try out the effect. As for the supernatural clone, it's better not to expose it for now. I saw. In an instant, accompanied by the endless sound of bang bang bang, countless white smoke exploded all around. When the white smoke dissipates, there are countless identical Uzumaki Narutos, black clothes, blonde hair, and a pair of sky blue eyes, seeming to shine with a light that is hard to look directly at. The eyebrows are filled with a powerful and impressive confidence. Naruto ... So many Naruto. When little Sakura saw so many Narutos appearing, her face was filled with shock and she couldn't believe it. Sasuke looked shocked. He looked at the seemingly countless Narutos in front of him in fascination. He couldn't help but imagine, if he were Naruto's opponent, how dare he fight with so many Narutos at the same time. I'm afraid, even with so many Narutos, one punch from one person can beat him to the point where he can't take care of himself. The most important is Sasuke. He knew. It seems powerful, but the shadow clone it comes out is stronger than the person. And it also takes a lot of chakra to create such a shadow clone. In this case, Naruto can create so much chakra, then the chakra in his body. Sasuke thought about this question. His expression was uncontrollably shocked. Kakashi also looked horrified at this time. It's the mask on his face. There was no way to cover up this shock. First, Naruto has a talent for learning ninjutsu, and he learned this ninjutsu just by looking at it. Equals too much. It's like a vast ocean. Kakashi murmured. The place where they gathered now was the training ground on the edge of the village, which was empty. Accommodating thousands of people is not a problem. But here's the thing. Now, wherever Kakashi can see, it was all about Naruto. On the ground, in the trees, everywhere there is Naruto. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000? No, it should be 5,000 or 6,000. Kakashi speculated. But Naruto was just too much. It is simply impossible to calculate in detail. And even with so many Narutos showing up, nor is it like Naruto in the original work, each fighting, even hitting myself. As for the current Naruto, his state of mind has far surpassed that of the original Naruto. The spirit is enough to control thousands of shadow clones, and even double the number of shadow clones can be controlled. Numerous Narutos looked at each other. Deep in their eyes, they couldn't help but flash a cold light. Because now with shadow clone technique and avatar clone, many things that were impossible before can be accomplished. Next, this moment. This is the beginning of his layout. Thank you to the 1386 boss for your monthly vote. The humble author is asking for monthly flower tickets, evaluation votes, reminders and rewards for custom spoons. Chapter 51. The third Hokage reveals his true face. Please order in full. Pref chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kakashi-sensei. Why are there so many clones of Naruto? Little Sakura couldn't help but feel doubts and surprise in her heart. I asked Kakashi-sensei who was most likely to give the answer. Hearing this, Kakashi thought for a moment and carefully observed Naruto's shadow clone and chakra. At this moment, he also answered Sasuke. By the way, take my chakra as a comparison. The chakra in Naruto's body, I estimate, is at least 100 times greater than mine. Suddenly I heard the number 100 times. Sasuke and little Sakura, I was even more stunned. 100 times. The chakra in Naruto's body is actually 100 times larger than that of Kakashi-sensei, a J-ring-nin. This time, the two of them knew it very well. Why was Naruto able to create so many shadow clone? Sasuke felt that, let alone killing that man, he was getting further and further away from Naruto. What on earth was he doing? Why was he so weak? Looking at countless Naruto shadow clone, Sasuke couldn't help but feel strong reluctance deep in his eyes, and the murderous intention towards that man. Kakashi keenly noticed the look in Sasuke's eyes. Aren't you willing to give in? Yes, I won't be willing to accept that my peers are so much better than me, and let alone being of the same age, even if he is now. Naruto would not be reconciled to seeing so much chakra. I also had the idea of why I don't have so many chakras. I wish I had them too. But ninjas just aren't fair, unreasonable. As for us personally, only do it to the limit of what you can do. Do your best. This is already the best result. After Naruto obtained multiple shadow clone techniques. Kakashi takes Team 7. It's back to the daily small D-level tasks. 2, 5, 3. However, this is what Kakashi never expected. Naruto didn't hesitate to send his shadow clone to perform the mission. With the help of a large number of shadow clone, the speed of completing the mission of Team 7 is almost like riding on a rocket. Basically, 4 or 5 D-level tasks a day are trivial compared to other graduating classes of the same class. For example, Hinata from Class 8 and Shikamaru from Class 10. The efficiency with which Naruto and his 7th team completed their mission. Simply scary. That's awesome, Naruto. Hinata heard about Naruto and the others from Yui Kurenai-sensei. He couldn't help but express his admiration for Naruto. Kiba and Shino are two people, is also like this. After Shikamaru, Ino, and Cha found out, I also admire Naruto. Even after becoming a ninja, Naruto is still far ahead of them. While on the mission, Sasuke watched Naruto use Shadow Clone to easily complete his mission. Sasuke felt himself falling further and further behind. If you continue like this, can really kill that man. This day, after completing the morning tasks, the 7th class gathered at the training ground for lunch break as usual. After lunch break, there are still tasks waiting for them to complete in the 7th class in the afternoon. But at this time, Sasuke finally couldn't hold back anymore and boldly asked Kakashi for a ninjutsu that was powerful enough to catch up with Naruto. Ninjutsu? Kakashi was not surprised by Sasuke's request. Little Sakura also looked at Kakashi. The expression seemed to say it too. Take me with you too, teacher. After a period of time, Naruto's powerful shadow clone left a deep impression on Sasuke and Sakura. It was normal for Sasuke to be envious of Naruto. The same goes for little Sakura. Advertisement. But Kakashi had a headache. He didn't want Team 7 to be exposed to ninjutsu so early. But this guy Naruto, it's so out of the ordinary. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, then at little Sakura, thinking over and over in his mind, and finally answered, okay, but there is a prerequisite. You must first learn to control your chakra. Kakashi pretended to be mysterious. Sasuke and Sakura were confused. Controlling chakra? Didn't they already learn this when they were in ninja school? Kakashi could see the confusion on Sasuke's and Sakura's faces. He didn't open his mouth to explain. Instead, he walked to a tree on the edge of the training ground. The chakra is then attached to the sole of the foot. Just like walking on flat ground, he reached the highest point of the tree trunk, looking down from the side and saying, "This is what I call controlling the chakra." Hear the words. Sasuke and Sakura had exaggerated expressions on their faces. Have not thought. Chakra actually allows them to climb trees at completely right angles. Kakashi continued. The soles of the feet are the most difficult part to release chakra. As long as the chakra can be attached to the soles of the feet, you can walk in any environment, whether you are walking upside down on the ceiling like I am now, or a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. Speaking of which, Kakashi kicked his foot. His body took advantage of the situation and nimbly jumped into the river on the side of the training ground. Sasuke and Sakura were so excited when they saw this that they couldn't bear to see Mr. Kakashi fall into the river. But the next moment, Kakashi's feet stood firmly on the flowing river. It's like standing on the earth. Sasuke and Sakura were even more shocked when they saw this. Yes, you can also stand on water. While talking, Kakashi walked back from the river step by step. Then he looked at Sasuke and Sakura, who looked surprised, and said, "If you can do this, I can teach you powerful ninjutsu." This afternoon's mission is temporarily postponed. I can give you an afternoon of practice. Hear the words. Sasuke's motivation came immediately. The same goes for little Sakura. Then, Sasuke immediately rushed to a tree. Just as Kakashi-sensei said, attach your own chakra to the soles of your feet. and then you can walk on trees. The same goes for little Sakura. Seeing how unyielding Sasuke is, she immediately gets her fighting spirit up. Bang bang bang. Sasuke stepped onto the tree trunk several steps in succession, but he fell down after just a few steps. He could only land with a backflip. After landing, he raised his eyes and looked at the place where he stepped on his last foot. Far from reaching the top of the tree, little Sakura is no better than Sasuke. But this time, Kakashi looked at Naruto, who was standing aside unmoved. He was a little confused as to why Naruto didn't join. Kakashi asked Naruto. Naruto replied, "I have learned how to climb trees and tread water." Hear this. Both Sasuke and Sakura looked back at Naruto. Has Naruto even learned this? Kakashi was stunned, although he didn't know where Naruto learned it. But thinking about Naruto's ninjutsu talent and the personal strength Naruto has shown so far, master climbing trees and treading water, probably the most trivial of things. Kakashi scratched his head. "You are really surprising, Naruto." He was a little embarrassed. So far, he seemed to have nothing to teach the teacher's son. Even the shadow clone technique doesn't have him. Naruto learned it just by looking at the scroll. He was not used to give any advice. Think about it this way. Naruto seemed more like a teacher. Mature, powerful, and always reassuring. After Sasuke was surprised, the spirit of refusing to admit defeat burned in his heart. He was already too far behind. Advertisement. He must chase him back immediately. "Look back at the big tree in front of you." Sasuke gritted his teeth and yelled, "Ugh!" trying to rush up the tree in one breath. The next second, the chakra on the sole of the foot suddenly lost control, lost its ability to adhere and fell down. But little Sakura here, she has a unique talent for controlling chakra. After 2 or 3 times the distance she could climb was already far beyond Sasuke's. After 4 or 5 times, little Sakura successfully sat on the branch of the tree. Oh, little Sakura is amazing. Kakashi didn't expect that. Little Sakura, who only had love in mind, actually mastered the ability to climb trees faster than Sasuke. Generally speaking, for those who have just come into contact with ninjas, it will take at least a month or so to master. And little Sakura, a little girl, learnt it in less than an hour. It shows that little Sakura has a strong special talent in chakra control. Uzumaki Sasuke has a powerful Sharingan blood inheritance limit. Uzumaki Naruto has huge chakra and 9 tails. If little Sakura can't find her own direction in the future, she can only be left behind by Naruto and Sasuke. So this powerful chakra control, maybe I can work towards becoming a medical ninja. Kakashi planned in his heart the future of everyone in Class 7. Sasuke learned it when he saw little Sakura. He hated himself even more. Next moment, Sasuke buried his head and continued climbing the tree. He must learn. After practicing for an afternoon, Sasuke finally failed to fully control the chakra on the soles of his feet like little Sakura. The day after that and the days that followed, Kakashi continues to lead Team 7 to perform D-level trivial tasks. Sasuke could only take advantage of the break from the mission, take the time to continue practicing, and taking advantage of the time after dismissal every day. Use the evening to train yourself. One day, Kakashi took Naruto and the 7th class. Come to the task dispatch office as usual, report mission status to 3rd Hokage. At the same time, prepare to take on the next commission. But what I didn't expect was the client of this task is a big shot in the village who hates Naruto, the 9 tails. I actually want that demon fox to complete my mission? Unlucky. I don't want that demon fox. Give me a ninja instead, the big man said to the 3rd Hokage. As soon as these words came out, the entire mission dispatch office fell silent. Dozens of eyes looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was standing in the center of the crowd. They watched Uzumaki Naruto, the demon fox, living more and more smoothly, but they were always dissatisfied. Why can this demon fox live the life he does now? During the 9 Tails rebellion, their relatives, but they all died from 9 tails. Now I see the big shot in the village suddenly attacking the demon fox. If they hadn't been worried about the 3rd Hokage sitting among them, they would have clapped their hands and cheered for the big man. This moment. Somehow, Sasuke immediately stood up for Naruto. Hey, What nonsense are you talking about? Sasuke said to the big man with an unhappy look on his face. Talk about big shots. He is the only one of the Uchiha clan in the village who has the surname of the Uchiha clan. In his opinion, what the villagers thought about Naruto was extremely stupid. If Naruto was really a demon fox, he would have torn all of you stupid guys into pieces long ago. Little Sakura on the side saw everyone's ill will toward Naruto. He also couldn't bear Naruto being treated like this. In her opinion, getting along with Naruto these days. Naruto took his mission very seriously. Even if you use Shadow Clone to complete the task, it also ensures the quality of completed tasks. Naruto worked so hard to do what a ninja should do. Why do these guys treat Naruto like this? Little Sakura followed behind Sasuke. Advertisement. Standing up for Naruto. Kakashi certainly didn't stand idly by. Hey, are you talking about my students now? Kakashi said to the big man with a serious face. His eyes couldn't help but reveal the killing intent honed on the battlefield. He even dared to assassinate third generation under Danzo's instigation. Now I am even more alone, except for loyalty to Konoha. Kakashi doesn't care about that much. In the past, under the orders of third generation, he could not take care of or even get close to his teacher's only son. Now that I have the opportunity, would he let others bully Naruto? Now, when the big shot saw the behavior of Sasuke and little Sakura, I saw Kakashi's murderous intent again. He has never experienced war. He simply couldn't bear the killing intent in Kakashi's eyes. Trembling with fear. At this time, the stable third Hokage seemed to finally realize what was happening in front of him. He came forward with a smile on his face and looked careless. Soothe the frightened big shot. This big shot controls a portion of Konoha village's economic resources. It must be comforted. It's okay, everyone is okay. Third generation is dissatisfied with Kakashi's behavior, but on the surface, I still have to smile at the scared big shot. He took the big man aside. Continued, if you are not satisfied, then I will replace you with another ninja. In words, there was no concern for Naruto's feelings. Perhaps it was because the third generation was too confident that it had successfully brainwashed Naruto. All he has in his mind is the will of fire, or is it, the third generation accidentally exposed their true colors in the face of the benefits that the village's big shots could provide. Naruto didn't know. At this moment, feel the thoughts and emotions of everyone in the audience with your ultimate A's. It can be said that except for Mr. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura-chan who stood up for him, 0.7 in the presence, no one is standing behind him. Those villagers did not change their views on themselves because they had Chapter 52 Naruto's Inner World. The Red World of the Future. Please order in full. Bref chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 6 years. 6 whole years, except for Naruto taking a break during the holidays in the middle of each school year. Naruto was training hard every day and every night. The level of hard work shocked Nine Tails. These 6 years of hard work, Nine Tails sees it all. Nine Tails also understands Naruto's real growth best today. In the sealed space, he witnessed Naruto grow from a little brat to what he is today. Beyond cage level. Beyond the tailed beast. Think about it this way. Nine Tails look at how these Konoha idiots treat today's Naruto, especially that old guy from third generation, who has a human face and a beast heart, and has evil intentions. He thought he could fool the ignorant Naruto and brainwash him into a tool for his subordinates to control Konoha. Result: Naruto knew the truth from the beginning. That old guy from third generation acted more and more in front of Naruto. It would make Naruto laugh more. Now, Naruto looked at the third generation old guy indifferently, comforted the idiot before coming back to face them. After facing them, what he said to himself was neither painful nor itchy, and he did not care at all in his words. Directly reassign a D-level task. Let Naruto and the 7th team execute it. Naruto said nothing. He also took the initiative to pull Kakashi, Sasuke, and little Sakura and told them not to pay too much attention. Speech. It is the most powerless behavior. Naruto likes to use actions to decide everything. But this time, what Naruto didn't expect was Kakashi, Sasuke, little Sakura, the 3 of them will stand up because of him. Urzu is indeed the younger brother I value. Kakashi, You made the right choice for once. Little Sakura. Me. Naruto thought. The little Sakura in the original book was very annoyed by Naruto because of his dog-licking behavior. In addition, the plot behavior of portraying little Sakura is also very annoying. But that's little Sakura from the original. Just now little Sakura also stepped forward, even though I was just following Sasuke, but compared to others, at least little Sakura isn't an idiot. Plus Naruto, who has watched the plot, knows. In the Chunin exam, the first written test, everyone else was thinking about how to cheat and copy the 04 correct answer. Little Sakura is a good guy. Answer all questions directly with the knowledge you have. A true master of science. Maybe some people will think so. Little Sakura has the talent to control subtle chakra and can follow Tsunadeheim's path. But Naruto is different. He knows that little Sakura has another talent. The wisdom she possesses is the greatest talent. She may be able to follow Orochimaru, the #1 scientist in the ninja world, to learn how to do scientific research and study the most cutting-edge technology. Certainly. It's the same old saying, whoever loses gets to marry little Sakura. Of course Naruto couldn't lose to Sasuke, both now and in the future. After Naruto and his 7th team completed today's mission, Naruto returned home. After making myself a simple dinner, Naruto then closed his eyes and entered the sealed space. Now, with Kakashi as his guide, J.A. Ring-Nin no longer has Anbu around to keep an eye on him. Naruto could relax a little. Enter the sealed space directly. At this time, open your eyes again. Naruto came to the sealed space that he had been to countless times. In the past 6 years, he has basically known every place in the sealed space. He stepped on the water, walked slowly to the huge red cage that sealed Kurama, and looked at Kurama inside. Naruto, have you decided yet? Advertisement. Suddenly, Kurama's voice, like rolling thunder, sounded in the darkness of the prison. Accompanied by a sound like rolling thunder, the huge, evil Kurama, with hair as red as flames, gradually appeared from the darkness, with a pair of monster-like vertical pupils, staring closely at Naruto. Yes. Kurama. 6 years. I can finally start preparing my plan. Naruto's pair of sky blue eyes looked directly at Kurama, and the corner of his mouth raised a beautiful arc. A broken bar. What's the plan? Nine Tails said in a deep voice. I can't help but feel hopeful in my heart. Naruto was silent for a moment. Then he looked at Kurama, his face became serious, and his eyes were filled with the flame of ambition. He said solemnly, overthrow the third Hokage. Dominate Konoha. Unify the ninja world. As soon as these words came out, Naruto's true inner thoughts were finally revealed in front of Kurama's eyes. Kurama was startled. From Naruto's various behaviors, he could certainly see that Naruto wanted to solve the third generation. But, unify the ninja world? Kurama didn't expect this, although he actually agreed with Naruto's plan to overthrow the third generation. But to unify the ninja world, Kurama had to question Naruto and said, overthrow the Hokage and I believe you. But, to unify the ninja world? You geese should know that the two guys, first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who dominated the world back then, were not able to unify the ninja world. Even if you get rid of the third Hokage and take control of Konoha, there are still 4 other great ninja villages, as well as small ninja villages scattered in various places. Not to mention the 4 great ninja villages. Let's talk about the power that these small ninja villages can gather. It will make Konoha feel helpless. Naruto heard this. Hearing Kurama's reasonable doubts, he ignored them. Instead, he followed Kurama's analysis and nodded in agreement from time to time. But after listening, Naruto shook his head, said to Kurama, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were 2 people who had the power to suppress all ninja villages at that time. Even you, the most powerful tailed beast, Nine Tails. They are nothing more than little pets in front of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. The 5 major ninja villages are all bullshit to them. But the first Hokage's thinking and thoughts prevent him from completely conquering other ninja villages with domineering methods. Even because of ridiculous ideas, he distributed the 9-tailed beasts he had obtained to other ninja villages. Nine-Tails heard Naruto being a brat and once again laughed at him for not being as strong as first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. He immediately wanted to get angry, but he suddenly thought of Naruto's current strength. Never mind. I don't care too much about the kid. Nine-Tails thought stiffly. Of course. Have you heard me say something before? Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are the chakra reincarnations of the previous generation Ashura and Indra. They are the only two protagonists of that era. It may also be because of this reason that they did not complete the idea of unifying the ninja world. To completely bring peace to the ninja world, Nine-Tails heard Naruto say this. Suddenly remembered. Naruto had said it before. The reincarnation of Ashura and Indra chakra. Each generation is at war with one another. Then until Uchiha Madara awakens the Rinnegan, the ninja world cannot remain peaceful forever. In fact, it is the result of being secretly manipulated by the mastermind behind the scenes. Naruto continued, only through complete unification can all that ninja villages and all countries be turned into an indivisible whole. True peace will come. Instead of dividing everyone, country to country, village to village. This way the war will go on forever. Even if this war is over, there will still be another war waiting for everyone in the future. At this time, Naruto looked straight into Kuruma's vertical eyes. Advertisement. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the inner soul. He said solemnly, reunification is painful and cruel to some people. But for peace, it is necessary. To do this, I first need to overthrow the third Hokage and take control of the entire Konoha shinobi village. Naruto spoke loudly. Kuruma listened to Naruto Haki's speech. He couldn't help but be infected by Naruto's ambition. Unify the ninja world and connect all villages and countries together to form a whole. This kind of vision, even the original Sage of Six Paths never thought about it. This vision is just a thought. Kuruma felt a shiver of excitement. After all, Kuruma is actually a lord who is afraid of chaos in the world. He likes to be lively and to do big things, and unifying the ninja world is not a big thing. So what is a big thing? So, Naruto, are you going to cause a scene in Konoha? Kuruma then asked Naruto excitedly. Hearing this, Naruto glanced at Kuruma with disdain. Idiot Kuruma. Let's make a big fuss and almost destroy Konoha. What next? Then I'll rebuild Konoha by myself? Then when other ninja villages know that Konoha is seriously damaged, everyone will want to rush up and eat a piece of Konoha's flesh first. Seeing Naruto's disdain. Kuruma meal. I feel so angry. But I can't beat this little Naruto. Wrong. But he couldn't bully Naruto, a brat, just because he was powerful. So uncomfortable. Naruto saw Nine-Tails' choked expression. He laughed and continued, what I want is a complete Konoha. A Konoha that can start functioning immediately after I become Hokage. And I conquered Konoha alone, with no one to help me. Do I have to do everything by myself? That's why I need your power, Kuruma. You can connect with others and give others the power of chakra. With this power, I can quickly cultivate a large number of Konoha shinobi who are loyal to me. With these ninjas, they can not only help me with things. It also allows me to overthrow the ruler that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen without any effort. I will sweep all those rotten old things like Sarutobi Hiruzen into the dustbin of history. I want to be honest and use the tricks that guy Sarutobi Hiruzen likes to play to completely eliminate them. I'm going to keep him going through everything I've gone through. Die. It's just a mercy for those guys. I have more painful ways to treat those guys than death. As he spoke, the gloomy and dark look in Naruto's eyes made even the demon fox Nine-Tails feel breathless. But Nine-Tails also understood after listening to Naruto's words, as long as there is a large amount of chakra, a large number of loyal Naruto followers can be quickly cultivated. Leaf Ninja. With the support of this large number of Konoha shinobi followers, Naruto can overthrow the old forces headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Finally successfully climb to the top of Konoha Hokage. Kuruma looked at Naruto with a playful smile. Naruto, since you know that I can connect others to the power of chakra, you should also know, as long as we are connected to each other, nothing in your heart can be hidden from me. Are not you afraid? Kuruma's voice echoed in the sealed space. Hear the words. Naruto said without hesitation. A broken bar. I'm not afraid. I believe in you, just as you believe in me, Kurama. At the same time as he finished speaking, Naruto stood in front of the red cage and stretched out his right fist into the cage. At this moment, Kurama stared at the extended fist in trance. Despite this fist, incomparably small compared to his size. Advertisement. But at this moment, it is indeed extremely important to Kurama, because this means that after thousands of years, there is finally a human being who decides to believe in him, the Nine Tails. Then, Kurama smiled. Without hesitation, he extended his fist towards Naruto as well. Naruto's fist, collision with Kurama's fist. Boom. At this moment, their chakra, spirit, and spiritual world were completely connected. Next moment, the sky and the earth are turning, and the stars are moving. Naruto and Kurama. Suddenly he came to Naruto's inner world. When they both opened their eyes, Kurama suddenly saw a scene in his eyes, a magnificent city that can be called a miraculous creation of mankind. Towering steel buildings, a shuttle flying through the concrete forest. There is a dazzling red color everywhere on the wall. Even Kurama felt a sense of shock coming over him. Even all the countries and villages in the ninja world combined cannot achieve this kind of level 477 city. What is this place? Kurama asked Naruto. Naruto looked down at the city as well. He couldn't help but spread his arms. It was as if he was embracing a new future created by him. Naruto smiled and said, "This is the vision of the future of the ninja world. This is a new era of peace and ideals. Humanity works together to achieve the goals of fair distribution of resources, social equality and sustainable development. Cutting-edge technology infinitely enhances human productivity. Resources are no longer monopolized by a few, but are collectively owned and managed by society. This ensures that basic needs such as food, water, housing and medical care are distributed equitably to everyone. All have equal life chances. Humanity is freed from poverty, misery and hunger. It is human beings who can give full play to each person's special talents. Work-life balance, access to education, cultural diversity and respect, and the exploration of the starry sky above us. Star ninjas shouldn't stick to the small earth. Kurama looked at Naruto excitedly. For most of what Naruto said, he seemed to be listening to a Bible and couldn't understand it at all. He only understood one thing. Naruto wants everyone to have enough to eat. Nine Tails, who was never hungry, had no idea how great this idea was. But he looked at the excited Naruto and decided to help Naruto. But Kurama has not forgotten either. Every human being has dark places. Naruto's inner world looks like this on the surface. 1. Naruto, where is your darkness? Kurama asked Naruto bluntly. Naruto was stunned, then smiled generously and said to Kurama, "Come on. Let's go underground and have a look." In a blink of an eye, Naruto took Nine Tails to the underground of this magnificent city. The majestic city underground is extremely huge. There are various huge and incomprehensible industrial machines that are working 24 hours a day. And the energy that drives these huge machines. It was Naruto's darkness that frightened Kurama. "This is?" Kurama was shocked when he saw this. Naruto nodded and gave the answer, "Yes. These are the huge darkness in my heart." Everyone has dark thoughts. Naruto didn't deny it. Darkness cannot define a person. However, how a person decides to control the darkness in his heart is what determines a person. Naruto, with a strong mind, he took control of his inner darkness very early on. Even above this darkness, later, he even harnessed this dark power as the source of power that drives his huge future red city on Earth. With a transcendent state of mind, Naruto turned his boundless darkness into the motivation to move forward. Thanks to WX 345, 1869, and HJQ19 for their monthly votes. Chapter 53 Red Tentacles Spread All Over the Ninja World. Life-changing opportunity. Please order in full. Brief chapter advertisement. At this moment, Nine Tails saw everything that was true in Naruto's heart. He finally understood. I also had to be shocked at Naruto's heart. He had never seen a human like this, and, similarly, he could see Naruto's heart, and Naruto could see his heart. However, Naruto did not waver at all because he saw the darkness that had accumulated in his heart for thousands of years. Naruto has a mind stronger than any human being. Therefore, Kurama decided at this moment, agree and join Naruto's plan. Just tell me, what should we do next? Naruto, Nine Tails and Naruto left Naruto's inner world. Return to the sealed space that sealed Nine Tails again. Hearing this, Naruto knew that Kurama agreed with his idea, so he pretended to be mysterious and said to Kurama, "Kurama, do you want to be free?" Kurama was startled when he heard this. Free? He has been sealed in the body of first Hokage's wife since the first Hokage period. After that, he was sealed in the body of the fourth Hokage's wife. Until now, it was sealed in the body of Naruto, the brat. Free, although, compared to his long lifespan as a tailed beast, thousands of years are just a blink of an eye. But Kurama doesn't want to be sealed in a human body forever, and except for Naruto, no one took the initiative to ask him. Ask him if he wants to be free. What are you up to, Naruto? Kurama looked at Naruto seriously and said solemnly. This was not a topic that the two of them usually joked about. Naruto wasn't joking either. He replied, Kurama, I will give you true freedom, but not at this time. Now, they are still in Konoha village. Once Kurama's seal is unlocked, maybe the old guy from third generation will be able to detect the problem with the seal and come to check on Kurama's seal situation. That's not all revealed. Therefore, at least the seal cannot be broken in Konoha village. Kurama heard this. I thought Naruto was trying to break his seal. It turns out not to be. But what does this kid mean by freedom? Then, Naruto raised the corner of his mouth, smiled and said to Kurama, but, I do allow you to go out and move around freely. Just choose this. The words fell. Naruto uses his magical power to create a clone. Bang bang bang. In the empty sealed space, endless white smoke suddenly exploded. When the white smoke dissipated, hundreds of identical Uzumaki Naruto were revealed. They all looked at Kurama in the cage with smiles, which made Kurama's eyes dazzled. Can't tell who is Naruto's true identity. This is? Kurama wondered. Among them, the real Naruto continued. This is my avatar. You can use the power to connect to chakra to possess my avatar, so that your consciousness can leave this sealed space and experience the wind and freedom of the world again. Kurama understood immediately after hearing this. This approach does work. At this moment, the freedom to leave the sealed space is right in front of him. Naruto. Kurama looked at Naruto in awe, his heart was touched and he didn't know what to say. Naruto didn't pay attention. He had his clone extend his right fist towards Kurama. At the same time he said, this is just a temporary measure now. Wait until the time comes. I will set you free, Kurama. I will also get your negative half back and turn you back into a real, complete Kurama. Naruto smiled at Kurama. Kurama saw the smile on Naruto's face. He also smiled slightly. Ah, Naruto, I trust you, Kurama said with suppressed excitement. Advertisement. The words fell. Then it connected with Naruto's clone fist to fist. The next moment, the huge Nine Tails Yang escape chakra quickly entered Naruto's magical clone. At the same time, Nine Tails' huge consciousness also temporarily took over Naruto's magical clone. The pair of Naruto's original sky blue eyes of the supernatural clone suddenly transformed into the vertical pupils of Nine Tails. Kurama. Naruto tried shouting. Then, Kurama Naruto adapted to human body, based on Naruto's experience. Cast transformation technique immediately. Transform Naruto into a handsome man with fiery red hair, face like a demon fox, and wearing long clothes. Naruto tilde. Kurama looked at Naruto. The excitement in the eyes, indescribable. Next moment, Naruto also repeated this set of operations in reality. Thus, Kurama, who had been sealed in the human body for nearly 100 years, finally returned to the world. Late at night, Naruto and Kurama were standing on the rooftop of the apartment, looking at the bright moon, looking at Konoha village. The moonlight reflected on both of them. Aha, broken bar, a 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 broken bar. It turns out that this is how air feels to humans. Kurama felt something strange. Naruto smiled and said to Kurama, you will have more wonderful experiences in the future. Kurama is looking forward to it. But he hasn't forgotten either the plan of the two of them. So what's next, Naruto? Kurama asked. Naruto raised his lips and replied, the next step is all up to you, Lord Kurama. Kurama suddenly heard Naruto, the brat, use honorifics to him. The mood is even more satisfying and good. But the next moment, wrong. This kid has never used honorifics to himself. Kurama immediately sensed the malicious intent in Naruto's words. Then continue. Naruto confidently continued, to train ninjas, you must first eliminate those who are extremely loyal to Konoha. Then our choice is clear. Those guys who are often unlucky because of their talent and lack of luck are stuck in a deep pit. In dark times like this, if only someone could give him a helping hand, you can easily gain the trust of others. Naruto spoke a simple truth about life. Kurama listened to Naruto's approach. He also understood. Only, good guy. The thoughts of this brat Naruto, sure enough, he was even more of a monster than him. But, hey, Kurama likes Naruto like this. There were not even 1,000 but 500 such ninjas in the decades since Konoha was established. Or it was pushed to the bottom due to the suppression of other factions. Or you may be depressed all day long because of the limitations of your own talents. But, we were able to give him a second chance to change his life. If it were you, would you seize this opportunity? Kurama. Hear Naruto's words. Kurama couldn't help but nod in agreement. If I was bullied by First Hokage and Uchiha Madara, someone can give him the strength to fight back. Of course he would agree. Think of this. Kurama was even more shocked by Naruto's methods. Of course, if this second chance comes too easily, humanity will not cherish it at all. So you can't give it to them for free. Either buy it with money or pay the price. In short, don't make this opportunity too easy. Of course this is up to you to decide. Kurama. Advertisement. It's up to you. Naruto had an I believe you expression on his face, looked at Kurama and said, see this. Kurama was stunned. After a while, he suddenly understood. Good guy. Naruto, this brat, the reason why he is willing to let him out and regain his freedom is because he wants to let him work. Damn it. This kid's heart. Why is it even darker than me, the Nine-Tails Demon Fox? Kurama was unable to complain in his heart. Then I heard it. Naruto continued, start as a ninja with a civilian background, no talent, and no ambition. Let them completely fall to us step by step. At the same time, we must also capture the group of ninjas with family backgrounds and find those who have no status in the family. With our help, we can help them improve their status in the family step by step. There are also merchant bosses who control the source of Konoha's supplies, and the landowners who control the land in Konoha. These fat, profit-minded guys must like chakra's life-extending power. By giving them chakra, we will thoroughly penetrate every aspect of Konoha step by step. Wait until then. Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks they are in control of the situation and have all of Konoha supporting them. That's the time to sweep these rotten old guys into the dustbin of history. At this moment, Naruto's huge ambition is clearly revealed in front of Kurama. Speaking of which, he even stood up. Spread your arms, put on a posture that embraces the world. When I take control of Konoha step by step, the power of penetration can spread to other ninja villages. Tsunagakure, Irigakure, Uwagakure, and Cloud Shinobi Village are the 4 great shinobi villages. And the ninja village living in the cracks between the major powers. Our tentacles will cover the entire ninja continent. We must unswervingly move towards the beautiful development path of unifying the ninja world and unifying the continent. Naruto said with great ambition and excitement for the world. Kurama immediately forgot about the little unpleasantness just now. Has been completely infected by Naruto's ambition. His body couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Naruto. When to act? Kurama couldn't help but asked excitedly. Naruto turned his head, looked at Kurama seriously, and replied, right now. Kurama. He couldn't collect information about the ninjas in the village every day. At the same time, he pretends to be another person. Use chakra to seduce those ninjas. So this thing, only Kurama can do it. Kurama understands this very well. Depend on. Kurama felt like a basin of cold water was poured on his head. I woke up instantly. After all, it is better for him, a hard-working worker, to work. Now, I have been reading comics for 6 years, and Kurama of the web novel, already able to keep up with Naruto's usual web-surfing thoughts. However, Kurama has no complaints. In that case, let's start taking action. Kurama's motivation quickly returned and he said, "Remember to disguise yourself. Don't be exposed." Naruto gave two final instructions. A fox-like smile appeared on Kurama's lips. I know how to do things better than a brat like you," Kurama said confidently. Next moment, whoosh, Kurama's figure disappeared under the moonlight. Naruto sensed Kurama's departing chakra. He is looking forward to what happens next. It's been a while since the late-night plans ended. Kurama was in the village and relied on the ability of Naruto's magical clone to easily collect a lot of information. When civilian ninjas, family ninjas, businessmen, landowners, and all kinds of information are available. While Team 7 was performing D-level missions as usual, Kurama took action. Advertisement. www. This day. As an ordinary Konoha Chunin, Shinji Nakamoto, taking advantage of these few days of vacation, practice your own strength in the training ground. Shinji Nakamoto belongs to a JA Ring Nin squad. The captain is Konoha JA Ring Nin, who is good at water style and earth style. Several other team members, including Nakamoto Shinji, are ordinary Chunin. Ordinary Chunin like them can only complete higher level missions and get more mission bounty shares by joining the team of powerful JA Ring Nin. However, JA Ring Nin is strong enough on his own, so why should you, an ordinary Chunin, join? So, ordinary ninjas like Nakamoto Shinji and others, all paid the price to JA Ring Nin. Only then was he able to successfully join the JA Ring Nin team. Work hard every day to complete the task. After the mission bounty obtained has been divided, a part will be drawn by JA Ring Nin as a mark of respect. In addition, the ninja tools that need to be replenished after each mission, as well as the daily expenses of the family. Even if ninjas are very profitable, I can't bear the consumption. But Shinji Nakamoto currently has no way to change this situation. Of course, he also knows very well that he chose to join JA Ring Nin's team because it can indeed make money. If he just formed a Chunin team with other Chunin, it's not just personal safety that needs to be taken care of. The mission bounties you get are not as good as the bounties for high-level missions. Therefore, the only way to change the current situation is to improve one's own strength and advance to the JA Ring Nin level. But this is easy to say. Konoha JA Ring Nin has basically reached the top level of Konoha Shinobi. It is simply not a field that ordinary ninjas can enter. Shinji Nakamoto practiced hard all morning, but did not make any progress in his strength. Shinji Nakamoto pounded the ground with his fist unwillingly. The face is distorted. For a ninja with ordinary talent like Nakamoto Nobuchi, their chakra amount is mediocre. Nordzao. The maximum amount of chakra in the body, it can only support them to fight for a while. If it is used for training, even more pitiful. For example, a ninja with a huge chakra can effortlessly cast more than a dozen ninjutsu. And ordinary ninjas like Nakamoto Shinji, I can only scratch my head, calculate the amount of chakra remaining in my body, and decide what ninjutsu to release. Put it on training. Others can release ninjutsu and practice ninjutsu without interruption, and after they released several ninjutsu, before I could figure out what ninjutsu was and how to improve it, I ran out of chakra. The feeling of fatigue and weakness after using up chakra will also come to your door. If you want to return to a normal state, you need at least the next full day to recover. In this case, naturally it will be impossible to continue training. One goes down and the other goes down. One step is slow. Each step is slow. At last, they can only watch from afar those younger generations who are more talented than them and have become more powerful ninjas than them. However, at this time, after disguise, Kurama is shrouded in a red hooded robe, and his face cannot be seen. Suddenly, Shinji Nakamoto appeared behind him. "Ninja, do you want a chance to change your life?" Kurama said seductively. Shinji Nakamoto was suddenly startled. Turn around sharply. "Who is it?" There should be no outsiders in this training ground at this time. And what this means is, what are you talking about? Shinji Nakamoto looked back. When I saw Kurama at a glance, he He was definitely not one of their Konoha shinobi masters. "Who are you? What you up to?" Shinji Nakamoto forcibly cheered up, staring at Kurama warily. Although he is recovering after running out of chakra, but he still has a fighting chance. Kurama simply continued, "I can give you a chance to become stronger. Do you want to?" Thank you to 8,633 boss for your monthly ticket and 588 points reward.